So I think we're about ready to go into Group C. Alright, so I'm going to need to be careful with my order as well. But our first game is going to be between Batosai and Dixon on In the Way of an Eddy, a Freakling-made foreign map. Now let's see, if I get this right, it's F5 that I want. Actually, I have no idea. That's odd that... Oh, I can't use F5. Shit. That's going to change that. Alright guys, we're going to have one quick pause. I can't use F5 as my hotkey because that changes the Brood War itself into the super ugly version of Brood War's old graphics. Alright, so rather than using F5, it's going to be F7. Alright, so we should F6 this, and now we should be good. So we can double check sound balance and all that kind of stuff. But in the bottom right hand corner, spawning as the green Protoss, we have Batosai. And in the top left hand corner, as our purple Terran, we have Dixon Ally. Dictionally, I actually have no idea how that name is intended to be pronounced. So if someone knows, I can just go by Dixon. I can run that however. If you're here, go that way. 3, 2, or 1. I don't know if this is in reference to spawn locations or to anything else. Oh, the replay bar isn't covered? Shit, yeah, we can fix that. I thought this was in the right position, but apparently it's not in the right position. Alright, that should effectively cover the replay bar. Okay, so yeah, he is wondering about spawn locations. Or no, maybe it's a build order question. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Let's see, Probe is just dancing around. Pylon's gonna go down here for Batosai. And wow, okay, so he's so busy chatting, he actually slightly cut SCV there early on. Oh, he's asking about, okay, games. It's double elimination, but best of 1. So I'm gonna have to be a little bit careful thinking about the order of the games. So I guess presumably what happens is you're gonna have basically the same thing as like winners and losers match, but then if you lose from the losers match, then you're out. And Barracks coming down here for Dixon. It's going to be just a little bit slower because, like I said, that SCV was missed for a couple seconds while he was busy chatting. Gas taken here for Batosai. Nice crisp gas timing, right on 11. Sometimes you'll see players just queue up the probe and make it on 12. Kind of depends on what they want to do. So we'll see if he wants to do something with that fast gas, or if it's just stylistic preference here. I guess the other thing we can add just a little bit of are our game sounds. You guys let me know if that music volume is okay or if I just jacked it up too loud. I think it's maybe a little too loud just based on how I hear. If it should go one way or the other though, of course you guys can tell me. Alright, so we got Cybernetic score going down for Protoss, no Zealot being made, so no harass. Zealots would certainly be an option on this map as a reverse ramp map. Yeah. Can be a little bit more effective, especially if you are trying to block with an SCV or 2 on the ramp, or just have the Marines sitting there. The Zealot's going to come down and be obnoxious. Same thing for Dragoon aggressive openings, taking advantage of that ramp. A lot of times Terrans will bunker up pretty quickly on the high ground to deal with that. And let's see, he's got his 3 on gas, he's getting that second depot. And Protoss is indeed doing 10-15 gate here. So yeah, just what I was talking about with Dragoon aggression, it's definitely popular on these reverse ramp maps. And Dixon is not building a factory. Is so far not looking like he's going to do any sort of bunker on the high ground. So this could make for a bit of a tricky defense when these goons start showing up, because there's only going to be a few Marines and a tank out. He definitely won't have vultures by the time the first goons are showing up. But we'll see how he reacts to this here as the SCV comes in. Going to get that scout off and see what's going on. Course starts spinning. And first Dragoon is out, but of course he's going to be like, oh dear, there are 2 gateways and not a lot of probes. I think I know what I'm up against. And he is going to now bring the Marines out to the high ground, and SCV is coming out. I think we are going to see a bunker go down. Alright, so yeah, dealing with that as would be typical on the high ground. And in comes the scouting probe. Let's see if he can keep that alive. Okay, yeah, good reactions there from Batosai. Just going to keep that probe, maybe sit outside Terran space, or possibly just go back home. He sees the bunker going up. We'll need a little bit of repair, but it won't be the normal kind of repair where you're repairing for days like you are with a rack CC build. But he'll definitely be needing that repair. And we're going to go Citadel behind this. So Batosai looking to play rather abusively. I'm assuming this is going to be DT follow-up and not Speed Seal follow-up. Well, although that would be something interesting in and of itself. And yeah, we're going to proxy some tech. Or possibly some sort of forward gateway. But I'm assuming he's just going to build the archives over here. Although the fact that he built the Citadel in the base, but didn't build the archives in the base, is interesting. And of course, the SCV for Dixon is going to see this. So in comes the SCV, and it's going to see a Citadel, so Dixon is going to have a pretty good idea what's up. Now there's still a possibility he's going to, oh, so maybe it will be Speed Seal, because that's a third gateway. It's also possible that he's just going to proxy and set the gateway up for a really fast DT. Although we don't see the archives being built yet, so maybe this is going to be a, I don't know, no legs either though. And now Dragoon's trying to get in range of that bunker, getting those set up. Having a little bit of trouble positioning the Dragoons. Taking quite a bit more fire, I think, than he'd prefer. Don't know if he's having trouble, or if there's just a little bit of lag. Anytime you're having to play on those lower turn rates, it makes it somewhat difficult to position those guys. And there's still no archives, so I don't know what's up with this. This is like world's fastest Citadel with no, unless I'm like just blind as a bat, but I'm pretty freaking sure there's no archives. Alright, so he's already got Siege out, and those Dragoons are pushed back, so that really didn't do a whole lot, and he's just making Dragoons from here, but why the Citadel then? Okay, so he is going to get leg speed. Just starts it, took a while for him to get it started, I guess to have enough gas, enough minerals. He wanted to keep Dragoon production out, so we're going to have a very aggressive bust attempt here. Unfortunately, it looks like for Dixon Lee, the wall is pretty damn good. He's seen that Citadel. I mean, there's one space that Zealots can run through. If he's quick on the reactions, though, it's going to be really difficult here to get anything done. And of course, the Dragoons are not going to be able to run forward and do much at all. I mean, it's all going to hinge on can a few Zealots quickly get through and on top of the tank. The bunker is going to be very difficult to repair, so it will fall fairly fast, but you'll have the Zealots leaking through if they can get in. And if they can get on top of the tanks, then the situation could get rough. If we don't have any vultures or mines to help deter Zealots in that way. And yet another SCV getting out for Dixon here, unable to pick it off. And let's see, he's going to see this Zealot coming up. Will he see? No, he sees a Dragoon behind it, and that is killed. So he still doesn't know 100%, but the fact that there's no DT now, that should be tipping him off, and I think that is part of why he's built the academy where he has. And I'm curious if this is opening. I mean, you never really see a Rax Academy sort of building positioning. Well, he sees that gateway now, which probably is making him think, okay. And yeah, we can see he's building even another depot back here, just walling the shit out of this to mess up the Zealot pathing. And here we go. Batosai running in, Zealots coming through. Let's see, they are just going to go for the bunker immediately, but it looks like there's going to be pretty good blocking for the tanks. There is an angle where the Zealots can slip through. Tank target firing so far on top of the goons, and it is going to force the SCVs to deal with the Zealot, but down goes the Zealot, and that wall behind with 4 tanks just way too strong. Batosai's not going to be able to do anything with this. And now that it's been held the first time with 0 loss of units, there's now a Vulture in there, probably a few more in production, and this is very held, and Batosai is in a very poor spot. Dixon Lee up about 10 supply, and of course Batosai doesn't even have a Nexus. It looks like he wants to take one, but now, yeah, Dixon Lee just sitting very good. He's adding a 3rd factory now, so catching up to that Protoss production and factory count. That's a very comfortable place to be as Terran. And some Vultures slipping out. So yeah, really the only thing Dixon has to watch out for now is just accidentally walking out at a bad time, or, you know, just some overextension here very early on. And then he's just going to be incredibly far ahead. That Nexus, you know, coming. And of course, Protoss has cut probes pretty hard. He's not loaded up with probes. I mean, I think Dixon probably has almost as many SCVs at each base as Protoss does at one base. Now Batosai is well positioned there on the ramp, so these Vultures aren't going to get anything done. They don't actually have mines yet to lay, and this is actually going to have Batosai coming back here to help clean these up. Let's see, is he getting any other tech behind this? No, he doesn't really have the money. He can't afford it. We got scans. Has he actually burned any scans yet? I don't think he has actually scanned yet. But of course he's had the Vultures out on the map. Looks like he's brought a tank over here on the low ground to start sieging down that gateway. It's going to be a slow process, but it'll eventually get the job done. I wonder, I'm assuming they must have a 50% miss chance on buildings too. That would be very interesting though if there's not a miss chance on buildings and it's like guaranteed to hit from the low ground. kind of want to watch this and see if there's a miss. So far there hasn't been a miss yet. So statistically we're getting into pretty low odds. Is there really not a 50% miss chance for buildings? It's only for units? So far the tank is hitting every time. Either that or tank splash damage is 75. And in the meantime, what, we got 3 facts and armory and a command center, so he just looks like he wants to expand and max out. Okay, so that time it does still miss. We just had a very improbable run. So it missed and it only did about 20 damage from the splash. Interesting. But we did have like 8 shots in a row with no miss. How can you miss? I assume, well, I guess that would be an interesting question too, like, because obviously the targeting, I'm assuming hits 1 hex, right? But it's like, where does the tank aim? Like, if you fire at a building, does the tank aim in the middle? Because then, yeah, I suppose in theory it should always hit. But if the tank is aiming at like the edge, then the miss, you know, if it comes up 1 short, because I believe that's how missing works on high ground, is it's just like 1 hex short. I'm sure there's some people that know like definitively, but we did definitely see at least a miss. Alright, so third going up here for Dixon Lee, although it's going for a bit of a walk. A bit of a overkill walk. And let's see, we got what, 4 factories, we have our +1 done, we have our science, nope, that's the second army, we need a science facility somewhere, don't have that yet. And poor Batosai's got like 60 supply. He's trying to take a 3rd base, it's mined up actually, so he can't even take that right now. So you know you're in a rough spot when Terran has their 3rd base and you don't even have your 3rd and you're just barely getting your natural up. He's only mined 100 minerals from his natural and Terran's already got his 3rd base. So yeah, there's no tech here either. I mean, he's got leg speed, but that's the extent of it. I'm pretty sure at some point here Dixon's just gonna go walk across the map and kill him, probably with just a no siege style kill. Oh my god, okay. Oh, he doesn't even clear the mine. What? Uh-oh. Oh, he's got an obs too. I guess he's sending it cross map. This is gonna send it cross map and be like, my god, this is not good. Alright, so we're starting that armor upgrade, and is there a science facility started now? Yeah. Alright, Feudal Greens are starting to mine sweep a little bit. We've got Dixon running some vultures back in the other direction here. And Batosai just chilling at his natural. He's got 4 gates. He is going for Templar tech, but let's keep in mind Terran already has 5 factories. He's adding a 6th factory. Yeah, I find this base incredibly awkward to position factories and gateways on. I can never find positions I like. This is actually not a bad idea because you can actually get some second ones in there. If anybody has good building placements and want to share them for how to build in this base, I usually end up building some stuff up here. Scan goes down now, and a huge group of vultures out on the map, but the way Batosai is playing, these vultures really aren't going to get any damage done, but the fact that they're able to lay a bunch of mines is going to make it super convenient when Dixon wants to push, because he's going to know exactly where the army is and just be able to run down here. Either that or Batosai is going to have to come out and clear these mines, which then creates some serious potential openings for the vultures. I mean, if he sees this, if Dixon were to see what's going on right now, he could definitely slip in while the goons are away, especially because he's literally taken all of his dragoons. Zealots are going to come over here to fight these vultures, but that's a bad idea. He doesn't really want to sack his zealots. He needs every unit he can right now, and you can just see how rough that position is for Batosai. Now he has to bring his goons back. He can't afford to clear mines, but if he doesn't bring the goons back, then it's open natural here for a full control group of vulture harass, and we know what that would do to a probe line. 50-60 supply disadvantage here. I think we have both upgrades working, so we're working on 2-1 here, and Dixon will probably be maxing here in about a minute and a half. And he's even got a dropship out, just to add insult to injury. Just gonna abuse Batosai terribly, working on his Arbiter Tribunal here. He's going up to, what was that, 6 gateways? So 6 gateways, but I'm assuming by this point Dixon has a lot more factories than that. Yeah, that is 9 factories here from Dixon. It's such a rough spot to be in. Obs is just kind of waiting at the front here. And yeah, I think Dixon is just waiting, just kind of massing up, just gonna maybe wait for that first vessel and then roll out. Maybe he's gonna wait for 2-1, but I kind of doubt it. That's still a long ways, or does he already have 1-1? Okay, so yeah, maybe he's gonna wait for 2-1, but I have a feeling he might just wait for the vessel and then go. Not a whole lot of mines out on the map, but there's not a whole lot of Protoss out on the map either. Alright, so the vessel's out, and let's see, second group of vultures onto the map here. Are the tanks going to move onto the map, though, unsieging from the high ground? Dragoon wanders into those guys and dies. No, it looks like he's going to wait for Max, I guess. Wait for that upgrade. And now Batosai is finally taking his third, 14 minutes into the game. I probably took it at 13 minutes into the game. But that's not the fastest third timing for Protoss. A lot of times you can be, well, actually you can be maxed about a minute before that in a more typical game. And we've got the drop back here, starting to kill off some probes. And Batosai is a little bit out of position for this. Let's see how many kills on that tank. 4 kills on the tank, a couple on the vulture. So that's another 6 probes he loses. And now we've got vultures running in here, just massacring all these zealots, forcing them to run back to the dragoons. But any one of those zealots right now is a pretty keen loss. They're replaceable to a greater extent later on, but when you've only got 2 bases, well, let's just say every unit really, really matters. Forge is getting +1, Arbiter on the way, but now we have a damn near max Terran against a 100 supply Protoss, and let's face it, this is likely going to be an A move. There's no splash, there's no stasis. I mean, Protoss can throw units at this, and honestly, for a 100 supply army, Batosai's army is like decent sized, but it's still very small. It's still at best 3.5 control groups of pure gateway unit against a 2-1 Terran. Yeah, 2-1 Terran. So yeah, even a few D matrices to throw on front units. We'll see if Dictionally even bothers the siege. I'm kind of doubting it. All right, so here we go. Batosai running in, and Dixon. Oh, he actually is going to siege up. Okay, so he's not quite going to style on him, but let's face it, that's like 0 units. Look at that tank line. Everything is already almost dead before it even gets there. And nothing left, and there we go. GG from Batosai. Pretty comfortable game 1 there from Dixon. So let's see. This is my switch. Let's see. Did it switch screens? Am I not going to accidentally spoiler any replays? Like, is it showing just the bombastic Star League thing now, the banner, and then the camera or whatever? Before I go into the next replay, someone just wants to chat me and make sure, because I believe that this shows the game, and that this shows the bombastic thing. Okay, so we're on bombastic right now. Alright, so our next game is going to be La Abula versus Cadenzi on Circuit Breaker. So now I hit this, and that should switch it back for me. And we go into our other 2 players. So spawning in the bottom left-hand corner as the Teal Protoss, we have La Abula. And in the top left-hand corner, currently living in and playing from Korea, we have Cadenzi, who by all accounts is probably the strongest female player in the world right now. I believe she's sitting around 2k MMR or so in Korea, somewhere in that range. And I don't know too much about La Abula. I don't know if that's an AKA, but I don't really recognize the name. If I should, I apologize. But I don't know. I would think, given Cadenzi's MMR and who's made it where, I would think Cadenzi is probably slightly favored in this, but I don't know, maybe La Abula is someone I don't know who's actually a pretty solid sleeper pick. Let's see, we've got a probe going out here to the natural, no surprises there. And will La Abula scout correctly? I was probably going to go up here and check for the Overlord. It's one thing you can do on this map for scouting. You just sneak over here, wait half a second, and then you can see the Overlord. No, he's actually not. Oh, is he? Okay. He thought about it, but he's not going to see. He is, however, scouting correctly. So that's going to be nice for him. His double scout can be recalled pretty quickly if he opts to double scout. Abuela? Oh, okay. I can say it Abuela. Sure. I can see it's better than Abula. Abuela. Alright, we'll stick with that. Thanks. Alright, so we got a few drones out for Cadenzi. We got Overpull here. And that is kind of nice for her because the probe scouted correctly right away, so not going to have to deal with long-term hatch blocking. Probe from Abuela coming in being a little bit annoying. Drone going out for Cadenzi. Let's see who drew first blood there. I think the drone did. So drone's kind of ahead in this fight. The second drone being pulled to help get that hatchery down. And Cadenzi's Overlord is about to see that there is a forge. No gate first. Just very standard Protoss opening. And a second Overlord heading out this direction will probably be recalled. I doubt she's just going to send an Overlord to this side of the map. And let's see, it looks like she's going to make one pair of initial Lings here. So not going to bother investing too heavily in Lings. Protoss is going to get a cannon there. Right there in the middle. Interesting choice, but as long as it covers the ramp, that's not too bad in my opinion. And a pair of Lings are out, and Cadenzi is going to go ahead and chase that probe around just a bit. Will she make another pair of Lings or just stick with two? With two Lings can be pretty difficult to get rid of a probe if Protoss is good, although Protoss so far not having the best probe control. Cadenzi is splitting up those Lings there to chase that probe, but actually Cadenzi gets another good stick on that probe, and actually Abuela losing the probe, a little bit sloppy there, although Cadenzi comes slightly close to losing Overlord. Thankfully was being attentive and turns that guy away. Now the probe is out. Abuela has a second probe heading out immediately on the map, as any smart Protoss should. You really do want to get inside that Zerg base, see what's going on. Oh, he actually tagged it to the minerals beforehand, so able to just glitch right through the Ling. And gateway almost up. Let's see, gas has been taken, and no core started quite yet. Now here comes the probe trying to come in, and again clicked on those minerals, so just goes nicely through that drone. And Abuela back into the main of Cadenzi. We're about to have 100 gas, so we're going to see some lair. Lair morph? Not yet. Alright, there we go. Lair starting for Cadenzi. And a core at some point here for Abuela. Oh, he's already got one. Okay, so he's got his core going here at the natural. Transfer of probe's a bit late, also a little bit slow to mine gas, really focused on keeping that probe alive, presumably. And of course, Cadenzi has taken the close mineral base, so we're likely to see relatively aggressive play from her, as opposed to, you know, a 7, 8, 9 hatch macro 4-base style Zerg. And link speed on the way here for Cadenzi. And to be honest, so far I have no idea how Abuela likes to play stylistically, but I don't know, something gives me the feeling he's more of a macro-oriented player. Less likely to be aggressive here. Just something, it just feels normal, I don't know. I don't think he's the type to be aggressive. Alright, so we are getting a Stargate. No +1 yet, though. That also speaks to perhaps a more tech-oriented opening, going quite quickly to DTs. And that second gas being taken, doing a much better job with his probe now. Cadenzi having quite a few Lings out, not really opting to try to kill the probe, just letting it scout around. Let's see if these Lings will finally finish it off. Nope. So Abuela's still keeping that guy alive. Spire on the way for Cadenzi. There's just one gas, though, so that Spire is just going to be for Scourge. And a Citadel going down here in addition to the Stargate. So yeah, it just looks like kind of a one-gate tech sort of opener into relatively standard play here from Abuela. And Cadenzi, we know, doesn't always play standard. She's definitely happy to play aggressive, but at the moment things look relatively typical. Spire's about to finish. We should see a few more hatcheries going down here for Cadenzi. And we've got Lings coming down here, nicely walled off here. I think actually this Zealot might need to be a little bit repositioned here for Abuela. That might be a gap there, although it might be plugged. It's a little hard to tell. So that finishes. We're making a Corsair. Are we getting +1? Okay, so we are going to see Corsairs here. So yeah, very much a standard game here from Abuela. You're definitely not going to go aggro toss with kind of gateway styles if you're going to make, you know, a handful of Corsairs and get +1. So this Overlord is being attacked, and of course now what we need to watch for is the Scourge, and does he lose this first Corsair? Especially going Corsair heavy, you don't really want to use it. Oh, Cadenzi has no Scourge in production. That is a bit interesting. Since she got that Spire, she's getting Scourge now. It's unfortunate. She lost an Overlord. I would have thought Scourge would have been made a little bit faster. Perhaps I just missaw the timings on that, but I thought she did 2 hatch and then gas, which usually allows you to get Scourge out for the first Corsair. And not paying attention. Cadenzi does sacrifice 4 Scourge for that Corsair, but that's not a great start there from Abuela. If you're going to get those +1 Corsairs, it's nice to be able to do a little bit of harassing with them, and you know that slows you down by a full Corsair until you can get to that critical mass, which gives her that much more time to get out some Hydra and other units. And she is getting missile attacks, so that's also, again, indicative of reasonably aggressive Zerg play. She's got no Sunkens down. Of course, she doesn't really need them here against this sort of a build, and we've got a DT on the way. But you know, with no fast +1 gateway. Oh, and actually, there we go. The Zealot's a little bit out of position here for Abuela, and we're gonna have a Ling run by here for Cadenzi. So that's gonna be nice for scouting, if nothing else. Now let's see how many probes you can get. All right, so she gets 1 gas probe. Make that maybe 2 gas probes. 2 gas probes. So that's a bit of annoying, disrupting the gas mining, trying to get a 3rd one, and she does get 3. So yeah, you get 3 lings in, you kill 6 probe, or get 6 lings in, kill 3 probes plus a scout. That's not terrible. Let's see. Do we have Storm on the way? Do we have Storm on the way? Alright, some Scourge are maybe going to come here. We got the DT going out. How is Overlord coverage looking? Pretty solid. DT shouldn't do much. Maybe if it comes around to the edge here, it could pick off a couple drones, depending on how quick Cadenzi is to react if he chooses to sack the DT. And I don't know where... Oh, okay, the Corsairs are hanging out down here. Very nice position from them. It's going to take the Scourge a lot longer if they try to fly in, but Cadenzi getting just another scout. Seeing the archives. I'm going to hope he has Storm, and in comes our DT now. Yeah, it unfortunately attacks the Evo, so not the best DT usage there by Abuela. Wrong angle, and obviously not very microed, considering he tried to attack the Evo chamber. Cadenzi almost has her Hydra range out here. +1 is getting close, and now we're getting that gateway throw down there, going up to 6 gates from Abuela. And okay, no, so Storm just now started. Ooh, that's a little sluggish on the Storms here from Abuela. I mean, that was a long time where that Archives wasn't getting anything, and Cadenzi's got a lot of Hydra, only 1 cannon. Abuela is adding panic cannons. Now, one danger here, how much is Cadenzi taking? Okay, she has left some Hydra listed at home here. She's going to start banging on that wall. There's a DT here, but there's an Overlord there, spots that, so that DT goes down almost immediately. Corsair's trying to kill these Overlords. That's not going to happen, so Abuela sacks his Corsairs, and suddenly it's 1 cannon and nothing much else left. I'm thinking that Abuela is probably dead here. He doesn't have Storm. Cadenzi's going to break the cannon. She'll probably snipe the Templar, maybe, just maybe, if that Storm finishes, but there's too many Hydras. He's getting gates out, but actually he doesn't even have leg. He's dead. He doesn't even have leg speed on his Zealots. So Abuela, for whatever reason, a little slow to research his tech, and unable to use his Templar, and going to pay for that. So yeah, Cadenzi has him more or less overrun. Cadenzi immediately expanding behind this. She's making a few Hydras. She's squeezed in a few drones, though. But the damage at this point is done, and Abuela is being sent home packing. And there it is, GG. Cadenzi takes out Abuela. Cadenzi bullying Abuela pretty badly. Although, honestly, that's mostly Abuela's fault. I don't know why he missed that. Alright, so now is where I get confused on game order, especially in this group. I guess we would do losers match next. So we're going to have Abuela versus Batosai. So we're going to get some PvP action. So going into Abuela versus Batosai on Circuit Breaker. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner as the Teal Protoss, we have Batosai. And in the top right-hand corner as the orange Protoss, we have La Abuela. Now, let's see. My understanding is this is just, I guess this is typical groups, right? So if it's double elimination, that means 2 losses and you're out. So this would just be like standard group situation here. So I guess the loser of this is out. The loser of this is out. Wow, people in my chat hating on PvZ. PvZ is great. ZVP is great. Both matchups are really fun. Honestly, I don't think there's a Brood War matchup that isn't fun. Honestly, if I had to give my personal opinion, the only matchup that is sometimes not fun is PvP. Some PvPs are really fucking great, but some PvPs are kind of just, I don't know, it's just kind of like, eh, you're just sort of dead. It just sort of doesn't work out for you. But good PvPs are good. TVT is fun, a very cerebral matchup. ZVZ is fun as hell. I don't understand people that don't like ZVZ. I mean, sure, you get some anticlimactic ZVZs like on when you're watching them and stuff like that, but I don't know. To play, it's like super tense. Everything's just micro heavy. It's just everything hinges on little moments in the game can turn in literally half a second if you like lings run in when you're not expecting it, or you don't react correctly, or things like that. It's a good matchup. It's a stressful matchup. And I also don't understand people that don't like TVT. TVT, I mean, I understand if you don't like lower level TVT, like I've watched plenty of TVTs between like 1500 and 1800, 1900, and sometimes even higher, that are very static and just almost nobody does anything, and you're just like, okay, this is pretty bad. But decent level. Ooh, okay, so Abuela gonna deviate here. We're gonna have 2-gate. Unfortunately for Abuela, he is cross map here from Batosai, so that's not the greatest thing for him. ZVZs are just bad when it's a really bad build order. You know, when you get 9 pull speed against like 12 hatch, okay, that's usually kind of just like, oh, okay, one guy just kills the other guy. And those moments are just whatever. But outside of that, like, it's tense. It's just constant movements and like one little fuck up, and you can just lose so fast. Which, as a viewer, I like, and honestly, I like playing it too. Okay, so Zealot trying to intercept the probe, and he gets it. Nice micro there by Abuela. Holds his wider ramp, so Batosai is going to be kept in the dark about this 2-gate. Now okay, so Batosai has made a Zealot first. He's actually making 2 Zealots, so that's fairly comfortable for holding this. Honestly, though, holding this really not going to be an issue, I don't think. Cross spawns. And Abuela is going to play this differently than how I encounter it most commonly played, which is to say he's going to tech behind this. Most commonly, I see this played as 2-gate into core, or sorry, 2-gate, 5 Zealot, expand. But not going to be played this way from Abuela. And so the question is, where is he going to take his tech? He is holding Zealots right now to get his core up, I think, yes. And then possibly another round of Zealots. Let's see, we got 3 going across the map. It's going to do absolutely nothing, I don't think. Should just be able to hold his ramp pretty comfortably there with 2 Zealots hitting on the low ground and a Dragoon out. And yeah, let's see if this can get anything done. It really probably shouldn't. I mean, the only way I see this being annoying is if Batosai for some reason doesn't hold his ramp, and the Zealots just get to walk in. But now the probe, well, I'm assuming he saw it and was watching his probe. He's repositioning here at the ramp. Where's his other Zealot? Okay, his other Zealot is actually a little out of position right now. This is not how he wants to hold his ramp. Well, let's see what Abuela can do here. He's going to surround this Zealot and kill it off pretty quickly. And let's see how softened up it is. He's going to try to break up the ramp. Dragoon taking hits. He's now focusing his fire on the Zealot, so he is inside. But with just 1 Zealot, that can be drilled pretty easily. And honestly, it's taking a lot of damage. He's going to snipe off that Zealot and run in here into the minerals, but honestly not going to do a whole lot. Probe will be able to slip in. No Dragoons out yet. And this Zealot coming over here, trying to get a kill. Let's see if he can get a single kill. Not looking likely right now. And yeah, 1 shot left on that. Oh, if it comes back and gets a kill. Sniper Zealot. Nope. Too much trouble with the probes in the mineral line, so those Zealots do absolutely nothing. He trades 3 Zealots for 2 Zealots. Not a particularly great trade. Probably won't affect the outcome of the game, but... And there's range behind that. This probe is going to go down, and of course, Batosai has seen everything. Wow, Dragoons are having a little bit of difficulty here. He's seen the range, he's seen the spinning core. 2nd gate goes down for Batosai in response. Much faster range from Batosai, no surprise there. Given the difference in core timings. And ooh, nifty! Abuela sneaks a probe in, and is also going to be able to see that Batosai is going 2-gate robo. So that ought to be somewhat aggressive from Batosai. I mean, there's a possibility he'll just get obs, but I think it's going to be aggressive. Whereas Abuela, looking at the minerals, and this probe is planning an expansion. So expansion here for La Abuela. And 2 Dragoons. Alright, so where's our tech? We have a robotic support bay. So we are going to be getting directly into Reavers, right? That was a support bay I saw. Yeah, we got a support bay over there. And we're getting Ops. Is he going to make a shuttle first? Okay, he's going to get Ops first. He doesn't know exactly what's going on here. We'll have to see if he takes this aggressively. It looks like a robo for Abuela. That's often a good choice. You can get those Reavers out. I like his build. The fact that he's built it here also makes me think he's going to go for Reavers. Building it nice and close so we can promptly crawl those Reavers right out. And interestingly, Abuela is choosing to move out across the map. He has, of course, scouted 2 gateways and the robo, so he knows what's going on for Batosai, and Batosai should have a bit of a Dragoon advantage. Actually, maybe not. Okay, never mind. We're going to have equal Dragoon numbers, so this shouldn't get anything done here for Batosai, or for Abuela, especially since Batosai's seen it, and of course Batosai can have a nice arc set up as natural. And in comes Abuela, attacks the pylon as long. Okay, so Batosai gets some initial shots off. That's already a good start from him. That should more or less seal Abuela's fate. Like, he's not going to be able to come in here and do anything with these Dragoons. And now we have those 2 on the way. Robo's still not working. Oh, okay, so we got a Reaver out. So 3 gates. Okay, so Batosai 100% committing to Reaver aggression here. And 4 gates for Abuela, looking to defend. I'm assuming he's had to cut a few probes to get that out. He's getting his observatory, though, and that is a little concerning, because he's not going to have Reavers of his own to defend, and that more or less means he's going to need good shuttle snipes, because I don't see him building batteries or anything like that. I mean, you can try to defend with batteries, and I don't think his 4 gates will be enough mass to just overwhelm against the Reavers, especially push back into his choke. So he's going to need to zone well, if he can buy time, that'll be great, but he's going to need to buy time and ideally need to get either good initial shots or snipe the shuttle if he's going to defend this. Because remember, we got 3 gates. There's going to be a pretty healthy goon mass coming from Batosai along with Reaver support. And if he takes even 1 or 2, I'd say more than 1 or 2 rounds of good Reaver shots, his army should just melt. But if he can snipe that shuttle, or buy quite a bit of time, then he will be okay. Although the interesting thing here is this is going to be just 1 Reaver, it looks like, from Batosai. Let's see if he starts another Reaver. And 1 Reaver honestly isn't always as powerful in these kind of attacks. It just, the splash damage from 2 Reavers, it's that exponential increase, or non-linear increase in strength from added splash damage. So let's see how Abuela chooses to play this. Let's get a look at goon counts. We have 10 Dragoons here. He's going to have a Reaver of his own out, so honestly that's good for him. He has gotten that out. Of course, the micro potential for Batosai will be higher. We got 4 goons, another 4 goons. We got a few more goons. Actually, this is not looking good for Batosai. He's probably even down in goons. The only advantage he has is that he has a more microable Reaver. But let's see how it goes here. Alright, so Batosai is running into this concave. I don't think he's going to be able to take this, although Abuela not fighting that well with his goons right now. And Batosai actually has the better arc. Let's see, Reaver shot goes down. He gets a good scarab off there. Let's see if he can get another one on the Reaver. And right now it looks pretty even, although Abuela not getting too many Reaver shots off. And for the moment, Batosai busting through, but the Dragoon, or the Reaver, has been sniped off. And we are waiting for another Reaver. I think he's going to be able to hold this, especially since the Reaver's not there, but he is going to take some damage. And now Abuela coming down the ramp with the Crawl Reaver, needs a good Scarab or 2, gets 1, the Shuttle's just floating over the Reaver, but the Reaver gets off several good Scarabs, and indeed Abuela will hold this, no reinforcements on the way, so the Crawl Reavers hold this, and now Batosai, is he going to lose his Shuttle too? Either way, he is not in good shape. Yeah, he's going to lose his Shuttle. Oh, ouch. Alright, so not much left here for Batosai, and of course the gates can be seen, the Nexus is down. So yeah, Abuela with those Crawl Reavers out, able to hold that quite comfortably. And there is the transfer of probes, but now economically we can see again Batosai down a good solid 10 supply already. And if we look at probe saturation, we got what, 7 plus maybe 8, about 15 there. We've got a similar number there, whereas Abuela has at least a few bit more than that. Although maybe not a tremendously larger economy. Assuming I was clicking on these probes right. And gateway count-wise, let's see, we got 3 gates, we got 4 gates, we're adding a Citadel here. Any tech from Batosai? Negative. And another Reaver comes down here from no shuttle speed. Batosai, and a pylon goes up here. Abuela perhaps thinking about a 3rd base? No, a 3rd base off 4 gates would be a little towards the greedy side for sure. And we got a forge and an archives here from Abuela. Alright, so yeah, that's pretty typical, more or less what we'd expect. So gonna be nice tech from Abuela, getting that archives fairly fast off 4 gates. And he has indeed made another Reaver here. It's having a bit of difficulty. Either that, or it's the first ever usage of a defensive Reaver in-game. Reavers are notoriously terrible shuttle defense. Their speed just makes them very ineffective at that. So probably the main reason you don't see pro players defending with Reaver very often to block shuttle harass. Like, let's be honest, I've never seen, you know, Bisu or whatever just leave a Reaver back here to defend a drop. It just doesn't go that way. Now, will any player commit to mass Reaver? Sometimes that's interesting to see as well. Oh, we got a fast shuttle here. All right, so Abuela looking to do some harass with a speedy shuttle. And let's see, 4 gates, 5 gates. No more tech here from Batosai, who again, you know, you can see he's not that far behind economically, as he's basically hung the supplies at about 10 supply. So it's not like he's being horribly out-resourced here. This game is more even than it might look. But here comes this shuttle, and Batosai has no clue about this. Now, let's see how Batosai's reactions are. Shuttle's in. He can see it now. Will he react to it swiftly? Reaver being dropped in a decent position. And, oh, he reacts, but I think it's late. Ooh, boom. Big scarab going off here. A smaller one going off as well. I don't think that actually did anything. But now we've got that speedy shuttle, and he's actually going to maybe micro against us. No, he's using that, but nice planning here from Batosai. Does snipe the shuttle, but it got a decent number of probes from that. I wish we could have seen the exact number, but that looked to be about 6 to 8 probes going down in that Reaver Scarab. And, we have a DT out here from Abuela, harassing this Dragoon a little bit. And something was being attacked. Oh, okay, yeah, just this Dragoon. It did not get any kills, even probes being used to help. Now he's got guys off gas. He probably needs to put those guys back on gas. But now Abuela rocking 6 gateways. Actually, check that 8 gateways. And his storm is almost done. He's also getting that 3rd base up. So now Abuela is about to start exploding with units, whereas there are only 5 gates from Batosai. And assuming Abuela has calculated this correctly and has the economy needed, he will be able to produce out of those 8 gates, and that is going to result in some serious army supply. There is also Storm Tech in this army, which is something that is not in Batosai's army. And, okay, so Batosai with this shuttle with double Reaver. That's interesting. For a harass shuttle, especially a slow shuttle with double Reaver, that's pretty ballsy. You don't really need 2 Reavers to harass with. And of course, if you are harassing with 2 Reavers and you lose the shuttle, the price is fairly hefty. Storm Drop! Oh my god, Nuclear Holocaust Storm Drop. That just wiped out most of Batosai's mineral line. Well, Batosai's got less than a control group of probes here, less than a control group of probes here, rockin' economy at both bases, all 3 bases here from Abuela. So this is do or die from Batosai. I don't really think he can make this attack work. Abuela is a bit out of position. Let's see. Batosai needs a miracle right now. Can he make one happen? I'm not seeing it, but he is on the high ground. He does have 2 Reavers. He's got a fairly large goon mass, and the one advantage for him is Abuela is out of place, desperately scrambling back into position with just 1 Crawl Reaver. I don't know if he's got a shuttle coming up to fight, but right now I don't see it. This is actually a very large goon army here from Batosai, but he needs to pick up his Reavers and not get them stormed. But right now the Reavers are actually doing a hell of a lot of damage, and this out-of-position fight is going much better than expected from Batosai despite the storms. Has Abuela messed this up being out of position? I don't know yet. Batosai, though, remember his economy at home is absolutely horrible. These Crawl Reavers coming out now. Let's see if the Dragoons can snipe them quickly. If he can keep most of these Dragoons alive and manage to reinforce this, he might be able to take out the 3rd base. It's really unfortunate that he's not using his Reavers at all, but now this army is starting to thin out, and these Crawl Reavers are getting some work done here. Will he get enough? No, he forgets to build Scarabs, but he's only got 3 Dragoons left, and now reinforcements spilling back in, and despite Batosai almost taking a commanding victory there, he's like forgotten that he has a Reaver in this shuttle. I actually thought he had both Reavers in the shuttle. But now Batosai has to retreat, and unfortunately, his production behind this is very weak. This should be held from Abuela right now. He's got a few goons of his own. He's got a whole hell of a lot of zealots. Whereas, oh my god, Batosai doesn't even have speed. Yeah, this looks pretty damn good from Abuela. Batosai's miracle, honestly, it was closer than expected to happening, but now without any splash, there's really nothing in this, I think, that could cause a miracle fight, and there's an upgrade advantage here from Abuela. So, yeah, I don't really think there's much that Batosai can do at this point. Let's see if he realizes he's got a Reaver in the shuttle. Like, is he going to wireframe check the shuttle and realize, oh, I got a Reaver I can use in this fight? That would help him. That would definitely help him. But no, there's not. He has probed up a bit in the meantime, but it is now a 50 supply disadvantage. I would like to see a few more Templar here out of... There we go, there's at least 1 Templar, a couple more Templar here out of La Abuela. And I don't know, I guess Batosai is going to fall back and try to take a 3rd base? But yeah, I don't know about that. Not making another Reaver here from Abuela. Has he started? Yeah, he's got that 2nd upgrade about halfway. Is there even a forge out? I don't think there is. No forge, no tech here. Oh, actually, I lied. There's a forge. But no upgrade, or do you just... No upgrades. You just got a forge. Can't even really afford to make a Nexus without... He's not even able to produce in all of his gates. And he can't really afford to make this Nexus. That's going to sort of force a cut of unit. Well, actually, he was able to get a round of units in, but that's a round of units off of 5 gateways. Versus, well, headed to 9 here. No, headed to 10. Headed to 11 from Abuela here with that 4th base on the way. maybe even going to take a 5th base, feeling ridiculously ahead, which he should because he is ridiculously far ahead. Alright. Well, alright, we're also going to bring a Reaver. So Batosai positioning himself on the ramp. Oh, Batosai's coming down, and he's going to need to retreat the fuck back up. It'd have any chance of holding this. Obviously, there's just more army here from Abuela doing a little bit of repositioning. And here we go, feeling he's got a better arc, trying to set this all up. Shuttle comes in. Let's see how the control is here. He's dropping it away. Actually, he's apparently got High Templar, and there it is, GG. Just not enough units. And Abuela eliminates Batosai from BSL Chobo League. Both times Batosai unable to make his aggressive play work. Now we can hit this, and that should change me back to the correct screen. And well, I don't see another game from Cadenzi, so I don't know if she's here. Cadenzi, did you have problems? Did you have to leave, or what's the story behind lack of games? I only see La Abuela, like I only see Dixon as the next game. I don't see a second Cadenzi game in here. But it's not there, so we'll be moving into La Abuela versus Dixon, and hopefully we'll get an update from Cadenza. Oh, Cadenza said her opponent didn't play, so she just immediately won the group. So Dixon didn't play, but now Dixon is here to play this game? I'm super confused. I don't understand what just happened, but that's okay. Yeah, I don't really understand what just happened. Yeah, I guess I could like tab to the brackets, but I don't want to like accidentally spoiler anything. I guess I should have the screen blocked if I go look at it. But like, because if I understand it right, you know, it should be Cadenza playing Dixon, but apparently Dixon didn't play. But now Dixon is playing against Abuela. So we'll see. Abuela, at least against Cadenzi, was playing a very standard, traditional macro style. We'll see if that is his style, or if he is a player that likes to mix things up. And Dixon also was playing quite standard against Batosai. Oh, the wiki brackets are spoiler free. Okay, tight. That is pretty sweet, Hatchet. Also, gotta extend a big thanks to Zero. The guy is a fucking baller organizer. Like, incredible organization. Incredible tournament, and of course Hatchet, I know, does a ton of work as well to help this tournament come off. So a huge thanks to both you guys. Like, it's really an honor to see the work that people are putting in. Honestly, all the people that come to mind too. Kix has put a lot of effort into it's SPTL, I believe, and of course his casting, and then Sham2 as a longtime caster of Have At You. I mean, those are some of the guys right now that are putting in a ton of effort to Foreign Brewbor and making a lot of this happen. And of course, you've also got the Russians who just hosted their sick Moscow LAN that I was very sad I couldn't go to. I would have loved to have gone there. Maybe in a year or two that'll be possible for me. All right, so we've got. Wait, what? Oh, okay. There's a barracks over here. So yeah, a bunch of shout outs to the people doing great things. Keep on keeping on. Le 12 Nexus here, or maybe it was 13 Nexus from Abuela. Oh, never mind. It's thinking it's PvP. It's PvT, so just a normal 12 Nexus here. So let's see how the bunker rushing is from Dixon Lee. Almost always this gets bunker rushed, and whenever I see a good Terran do this, the Nexus 100% dies. Protoss often still comes out in a reasonable spot though, as long as they don't lose too many probes or screw up their micro too bad. So he's going to see the Nexus, and let's see how he responds. Of course, he doesn't have Rax CC, so that's not the greatest for him. Now, the other way that Terran can play against this is to just get his command center up and then go really fast third behind one fact with mines, because that takes advantage of the window where Protoss doesn't have observers, and you can just mine up, and Protoss kind of has to sit at home. And then if you get that third base up and running, then you're kind of back in the game eco-wise. You can see he's taken 2 off gas, so we're going to see what is presumably going to be an FD. So far, no intention to bunker yet. Let's see here. Next is about to finish. SCV just kind of patrolling. Is Dixon going to challenge this, or is he going to let it go up unpunished? And then the question is, how does Dixon deal with it if he doesn't decide to go for punishing it? I forget what the standard is. I know for TVZ you often wait till 2 or 3 Marines before you move out and kind of late bunker. So those Marines are almost there once you start building it, but it doesn't look like Dixon wants to or is planning to challenge it this way. So let's see if he does something. Actually, maybe he is, or maybe not. So we'll see. We'll see. He is making a vulture first, so that means maybe he does intend to bring some bunker pressure against this, but he needs at least another SCV. All right, so we do have Marines moving out, so he is indeed going to challenge this with the vulture as well. He's not going to let this go unpunished, and here we go. We got the pain train of SCVs, so definitely Dixon wants to punish this. Let's see how his micro goes. Obviously, if he doesn't punish the Nexus with this huge SCV pull, it's going to be a really bad situation for him. Zealots are already moving out here from Abuela, who is threatening at the bridges. And now everything coming up here. SCV is on the way. Bunker is started, and the probes are pulled. Let's see how the defense is here from Abuela. Lots of Marines. Decent blocking so far, although a few probes getting on top of the Marines right now. But so far, this is not a bad start, although the bunker is canceled. I guess it got too low on health. And right now, just chasing the Marines, starting the bunker again, running here on the probes. We've got the vulture in to tank damage as well. That Zealot is going to go down immediately. Now, the Marines are exposed from the backside, but honestly, Dixon's micro here has been really good. He's definitely going to kill this Nexus right now. I don't think there's any way he's going to be able to save that. That last Zealot is almost dead. We've got 2 vultures here in the natural. Has he added a machine shop? It looks like it, but no upgrades on the way. And now the Nexus under attack. We'll see how long it takes before he decides to send his SCVs back. I guess he needs to keep them out for now to build another bunker, but the sooner you can get those back, the better. And a lot of probes were lost in the process here for Abuela, so he is in a very bad spot. You know, it's not like he just sent the probes home. He lost, I don't know, 7 or 8 probes, and yeah, now he's getting this Nexus wrecked. So he's back on 1 base. He's lost most of his probes. It's not like Terran has an insane economy yet, but the job here done for Dixon. Just doing a little bit of vulture repair. Gonna let that bunker finish things off. And yeah, let's see. He should have mines coming out here pretty soon. Gonna be able to mine that up. Is there a robo on? Oh my god. Well, that's gonna be really freaking annoying. Abuela's in a bad spot, guys. Abuela is in a bad spot. We do actually wait. Okay, never mind. This is gonna get interesting. So Abuela doesn't have a robo, but Abuela does have a citadel and probably archives. So is Dixon going to mine at home? If he doesn't, this could be an interesting swing of things. Obviously no DTs are going to get out from here. Did he get range? That will also be helpful as part of this, because if he has range, Dixon Lee might not be as suspicious. But he's still, I would still think he's probably going to lay... Oh, he's putting everything into this contain right now, guys. This could be a very significant turning point in this game. I mean, I'm waiting to see what he's building. There's no eBay. I mean, he's not making... Yeah, he's going to take incredible damage, possibly just lose outright to these DTs. Like, he's going to get a nice siege, but these DTs are about to come out, and they are going to cause tremendous problems. Now there's a tank here to shoot these Dragoons. That's very annoying. It's going to force him to back up. But there are DTs on the way right now, and he's not making any vultures. He is starting an eBay, though, but he has not kept much back. He's only kept a single tank back. Will he be able to get up a turret in time? That is going to be so tight. And even if he does, the tank is probably not going to be able to stop the DT from getting in. And he's not... So far, he's not doing anything that's going to give him wind that this is coming. So DT is out. Let's look at this timing here. Oh man, it's gonna, even if he tries to build a turret, it's going to be so tight. What is he building in here right now? It's another tank. If he could possibly get a turret up and have tanks on the ramp, but why is he going to have tanks on the ramp? I expect these DTs to do a tremendous amount of damage right now. I am very worried for Dixon, and okay, that's going to alert him to the fact there's DTs now. And will he be freaked out about them coming at home? Actually, he's made the right moves. Actually, no, never mind. He's only made the right moves because there's already a DT in his base. And yeah, turrets are being attacked right now. It is going to be spam turret desperation time for Dixon. But Dixon is going to take a lot of damage from this. And of course, that DT is coming here. Now it can clear out most of this base. We've got the DT running around in the natural. And there are more DTs flooding in. I doubt he's going to be able to get up turrets. And it's so much to worry about when you got DTs in like 2 locations at once. He is trying so hard to get up turrets, but he can't put his tanks in position everywhere. And I think Abuela is just going to do it with Protoss abuse right now. Maybe he'll get a turret up in the main. Okay, he actually does get a turret up in the main, but we have DTs just ransacking the natural right now. Gonna kill some depots, gonna kill the machine shop on the factory, and the situation is quite bad for Dixon Lee. Now, the natural hasn't been cleared out yet for Abuela, but that is a hell of a lot of DTs just wailing on it. Are we gonna see a desperation turret dive here? He's going for the SCV building this turret, and okay, he's not gonna dive on the turret yet. There's a little too much support. Mines being laid. Oh, is he going to try to Mind Drag into the SCVs? No, but the turret does go down, as does the Vulture, and the factory needs to be repaired. There's no production really here for Dixon right now. DT's finishing off the last of those Vultures, and Dixon is pushed all the way back into his natural. This is cleared out. The Nexus should go up here from Abuela, and now there are also Dragoons coming down to pressure, and that's just... I mean, that's an army unto itself. DTs die fast, they're fragile, but I mean, this is an army. There's only 2 turrets standing between him and victory right now, and he's running in here. He just wants the... Does he want the fact? No, he doesn't want to commit to the factory snipe, but now there are also Dragoons in the natural, and it looks so bad for Dixon. You know, even if he holds, he's now in a bad spot. Protoss is double expanding behind this, and Protoss has a lot of gateways to pressure, and he's got good surface area, so a siege is made, but alright, now everything is coming in. The Dragoons just want to kill the tanks. The DTs are, well, they're not really behaving. Will this be enough? Can he end it right now? DT's on top of the tanks. Tanks have nowhere to micro to. They're going to die almost instantly to this much DT fire. Repair is great, but not against 40 hits DTs. That's it on units. The DTs are free to run amok, and I believe Dixon is dead. Abuela showing that he can play more than one style and is going to eliminate Dixon from this group. Dragoon's still here to kill the Vulture. This turret is down. 0 turrets remain. GG has got to be imminent right now. All the SCVs dying, and there it is. GG. Dixon holds it together, manages to says GG despite losing to that. And with that, Abuela advances from the group. So Abuela and Cadenzi into the round of 16. Oh, Gecko reviving just Eric things. Alright, so I will be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom. And then we will go into Group D. I don't know. I mean, you say La Abuela is close to the NMAX and going full Peru, but he played like really standard versus Cadenzi. Anyway, I'll be right back. I guess we'll put it on this screen. And water. Because you guys need to know exactly where I'm going. Okay, sorry, I have to comment on this because there's a little bit of APM chat and about 400 APM and not equaling Chobo. And I mean, I agree, and 99% of the time that's true. Like, if you have 400 APM, you're probably not going to be, like, really bad. Except, I played a guy once, back in the days of iCup, and legit after the game, like 480 APM. He had 480 APM. It was about a 10-minute game, and the guy was legit CPU rank. Like, I watched the, I looked at Brood War chart after the game, or Brood War rep info, and the APM was basically steady at like 480, right? And he just did rack CC, and I did like one gate, and was like attacking his bunker with goons, and his bunker just died. 400 APM, and then he like wasn't building anything, his minerals went to like 800 while I was attacking, and from looking at it, all I could tell he was doing is he was just like cycling hotkeys while everything was dying. Like, he was cycling hotkeys rather than actually doing anything with his units. And I just, to this day, it's still one of my most memorable things. I just remember looking, I was like, 400, I was like, what? How do you have 400 APM and like just not do anything? Like, nothing was happening. It was wild. And yeah, I am checking brackets now as I as I mentioned that. And I asked him afterwards, I was like, yeah, like, what were you doing? Like, you had 480 APM, like, what were you doing? I didn't see anything happening. And he was like, well, yeah, like, I didn't really do that. Like, I messed up my macro, but he's like, but Brood War is about speed, man. You gotta be fast. And I was just like, I don't think you know what fast means in this context, man. Alright, brackets. BSL 5, Chobo League, brackets. Alright, Group C is done. That's still weird, though, that Dixon, like, played Abuela, but then didn't play whatever. Alright, so... Oh, these brackets are more complicated than I thought. Wow, okay. Or maybe they're not. I don't know. These brackets are slightly confusing. Alright, well, either way. Oh, I see. The groups are bigger than I thought. That explains what's going on. The groups are 8-player groups. Okay. I gotcha. I did not realize these were 8-player groups. Or have the potential to be 8-player groups. Alright, so we have, first up, Madino versus Jesse. Suddenly, so many things make sense. Alright, switch to this, and we will go into Madino versus Jesse. I have no idea who Jesse is. Madino's a pretty solid player. I believe he was around B+ iCup. And of course, anytime if I talk about iCup ranks, just FYI, it's referring to before that last shift where it became possible to just, like, endlessly smash DNC people and, like, rank the freak up. But I believe Madino was around BB+. I don't know what MMR he's sitting at now, and I know nothing about Jesse, but I mean, I guess he's on the ladder, so he qualified, so he should be reasonably good. Obviously not at the level of our top foreign players, but should be halfway decent. Thoughts on Nyokin playing one series to qualify? You want to fill me in more? Did he just have, like, a lot of walkovers, or what do you mean by playing one series? Alright, so it's Jesse C. He might... Oh, yeah, you're right. Madino did hit. It did hit A. I remember that now. Yeah, sorry, Madino. Sorry for selling you short. Hellmaster mistake. Mobby. Don't hold a grudge, man. Don't hold a grudge. Alright, so we have a depot from Madino. So if Madino didn't make it into the main league, either we've got a lot more good foreigners than I remember, since A- was reasonably solid, or he didn't have time to play a lot of games, or he's very rusty. Because it's quite possible BSL 5 drew some people back to play, as tends to happen. You'll have some players that get inactive, and then they're like, ooh, good tournament, time to start playing again. I don't know if you guys find the same thing, and I realize I'm not the strongest player in the world, so it might be a little different for you guys that are actually, like, quite good, but I find that even if I take, like, 6 months off and don't play, like, it takes me probably less than a day to unrust. Like, the muscle memory is kind of there, and then it comes back really fast. I'm always surprised by how much Brood or muscle memory it feels like there is. Now, maybe once you get really good, you actually do forget shit, but I have no idea. But honestly, in some ways, Brood War feels a bit akin to riding a bike, and that it comes back pretty quick. That's my 1600 opinion on that. Let's see, so someone was asking about that. Yeah, so apparently I guess it's the same situation as Cadenza, like they only had to play one set of games and whatever. But that's what happens. Round to 64, you expect a decent number of buys into the whatever. Oh, I thought this was TVT. It was marked as TVT, but it is obviously not TVT. We do have 12 hatch here from Jesse and Madino just getting up his factory. He's got gas, so probably looking at Macro 111 here from Madino. And I always forget how the walls work here. I don't know if this is a gap or not. Of course, that's classic Brood War. You can have gaps like this that are sometimes, like sometimes Ultralisk can walk through and sometimes nothing can walk through. There's obviously a logic behind it, but I don't always understand it. Alright, so we're getting a pretty fast gas here from Jesse. Maybe some 2-hatch play, or maybe the 2.5 hatch thing, which I know has become popular against 111 as an alternative. So we got SCV here is looking to harass the drones, which is a bold move because SCVs don't Reagan. Harass a little bit limited. Oh, never mind, I lied. Okay, Jesse with a bit of a mistake there as he gets a drone assassinated by the SCV. Madino's feeling good now. Re-landing his factory. I'm getting the feeling that's somewhat tight. We got a vulture on the way, and oh, actually, I lied. I was wrong on both counts. It is not 111. It is not mech. It is two-port Wraith. Going full Lita. I guess now that Lita's back, Madino's feeling inspired. Needs to get some of that specialistic play. All right, so there we go, and he has made the vulture, so he's going to pick off the lings, and it's going to keep Jesse in the dark. He has no overlord, nothing around there. He has no idea what's coming his way. He's adding the hatchery. Ooh, he's going for a Hydra Den, okay. And he's got that third hatch up now. He hasn't started lair, so is this going to be Hydra bust, or is this just going to be a couple Hydra to deal with the potential first Wraith? I mean, he still doesn't know if he's against Mac or 101 or two-port Wraith yet. He just knows there's a vulture out, and Terran is on one base. So we got the first two Wraiths out, or almost out, and we're waiting to see. Okay, he's staying on lair or on high or on hatch tech for quite some time here. So I think he's just gonna make Hydra with this, maybe. Maybe. He's got a lot of lings, that's for sure. Okay, yep. So he's getting his Hydra speed, and Madino is floating out a lot of buildings here. And he's going to expand relatively quickly behind this, which is going to be interesting. Lots of possible transitions off of Wraiths. One of the most common popular ones in older days was to just go ahead and go for, well, now he's going to know it's two-port Wraith, was to just go ahead and go for 3 barracks behind this. And alright, so we got a tight wall here at the natural, so that's going to be pretty sweet for stopping these lings. The lings will not be scary. The Hydras will be a bit more scary, but he is getting some initial drone kills. We should have Hydra popping here shortly, but not very many, and by not very many, I mean one. And he's going to leave the race on to defend. That's not going to do a whole lot, but hey, any DPS is DPS, and those Hydra are going to scare just the 2 Wraiths away. And now it looks like Madino's going to hook up his Wraiths. He is not building any tower yet for the cloak. He is going to assassinate this Overlord, predicting where Jesse would send it pretty well. So that Overlord goes down, and the Lings again poking at the wall, but they're just continuing to take damage here. Actually machine shopping at the natural. Wants to get those tanks out to deal with the Hydra pressure. And the Evo chamber here for Jesse. And let's see, he's picking off a few Lings now, and Jesse pretty much forced to go back home and chill. He still has not made many Hydra, which is going to be a concern, especially as Madino's Wraith count continues to grow. 6 Wraiths is definitely enough to cause problems here. Hopefully these are some... Where is Hydra, man? Alright, he's got a few more in the main, which is good. But the natural is very exposed. Although he's getting a spore, so that's good. Alright, so an Overlord definitely going to go down just like that. And probably this drone, yeah, nice micro there with the Wraith. Going to come back and get this Hydra, perhaps, perhaps not. And Hydras are actually a little out of position here, so Wraiths of Madino getting a hell of a lot of drone kills. Wow, he's got enough to one-shot the drones right now. He's boldly flying back in the mineral line, but that was a lot of economic damage here. I did not realize that 6 Wraiths, well, I guess it makes sense that they would be able to assassinate that. He can also pick off the Evo chamber if he wants. So now, oh, and he's being forced to make yet another creep. So this is not going well for Jesse. Madino is playing himself to a huge advantage here. He's got a wall out, he's got a tank, he's got a second base, and Jesse has like 12 drones mining? He's got like a ZVZ eco right now. Okay, he's got a good ZVZ eco, but still, ZVZ eco. Whereas Madino is just loading up behind this. He has cut Wraith production now. He's going to get +1. Okay, so we're going to see Marines. We're going to see Barracks. We're going to see Barracks. The thread is just like BSL 5 information or something like that as far as I know. Should be pretty obvious section. Should be fairly high bumped. It's pretty hype. Alright, so just picking off a Wraith there. One scouting Ling at the front. And yeah, Jesse is very spored up, but his eco is just shot. Absolutely shot. I'm curious to see what he's going to try. playing a macro game seems like it would be ridiculously hard. He's finally just getting us. I think he's on freaking hatch tech. So not only does he have the low eco, he's got a low eco and he's on hatch tech. Okay, attacking the spore would be an interesting choice, but can definitely pick off some more drones. And with this eco, each drone is really a loss. Oh my god. Race a bit fragile against spores, but that's another 2 drones picked off. He's got 5 drones at his natural. He's got 8 drones in his main. Plus gas mining, but he's got 8 mineral mining drones. Okay, he did just hatch a few more drones, but whereas Madino actually doesn't have the craziest economy, but it's at least double what Jesse has. Honestly, Madino has not been making SCVs a ton, so we got a pretty sweet Wraith Bloom here. I think he's just looking for Overlords to pick off, or maybe hidden units, but that is very pretty looking. It's like almost like a Thanksgiving turkey. I don't know if that was intentional, but it makes me think of those like hand Thanksgiving turkeys you would make when you were a kid. If you lived in the U.S., at least that was something we did. So yeah. I'm gonna say Holiday Spirit. I'm sure that's not the reason he did it, but Holiday Spirit sounds good to me. Gonna pick off a few of these lings, get them out of expansions, shutting down all of Zerg's vision, putting Jesse almost completely into the dark now. He's not even gonna know when he moves out, but of course Jesse has no units. He's getting a Spire. Is he gonna even make Muta though? Or is he just going to get some Scourge? I mean, he's just got no tech. Like, if you go... Okay, he's getting Lurker, so it's probably not going to make Muta. Oh, wow. This thing did manage to survive somehow. And SCV's going to a bunch of locations as well. And a drone is out here. Perhaps a Miss Rally or something like that. Alright, now he's going to bang away the Sunken Colony. Maybe try to bring the Hydras to the front, force a little micro, draw out some of what Jesse has, try to get a feel for what Jesse is making. Definitely going to lose that Sunken at the front. So that goes down, and let's see, will he try to pick off any of these Hydra? Nah, probably not, I guess. If you start getting 9, 10, 11, okay, well, that could get shut down very quick. And we got a Vulture Bite coming over here to the front. Alright, so he is going to make Muta. That is interesting. He's hiding a few over here, or perhaps doesn't know that he's got a rally over there. Okay, he knows about it. He's like, I know I made more than that. They got to be here somewhere. Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay, so we got +1 for the Marines, and then we went battle cruisers. All right. All right. I don't know if this is like a legit thing, or if Madino's just like, this guy's dead. I'm gonna make battle cruisers and style. I don't play enough TVZ to know if this is ever a legit thing. Certainly don't recall seeing this in any pro games I can think of, where a player just makes a few races and then goes battle cruisers. He's actually patrolling with his Hydra for drops. Still doesn't have any idea what's going. Oh, he's gonna see that, and that's gonna be a little bit annoying. Although actually, just one lane is not that annoying. SCVs can just kill it. Alright, so we got Muta out. They are going to pick off that Vulture, and now we've got Hydra coming across the map here. We have 3 tanks at the front, and quite a few Wraiths to support this. And battle cruisers, he's probably not even going to show... Well, actually, the Muta are probably going to discover them at some point. They'll probably fly in and discover them. Otherwise, it would be terrifying if you just had like 6 battle cruisers come out and be like, oh, hello. Oh, the Wraiths are there to meet them, and he's going to see the battle cruisers now. He's going to be like, holy shit, what am I dealing with? I don't know. And a 3rd base up for Madino here, sitting at a solid... I'm honestly surprised it's only a 30 supply advantage, but we were a little bit thin. Oh, nice little find there. But the Wraiths are here to help deal with these mutas. Now, the tanks are going to get picked off, and it looks like he's actually committing to picking those tanks off. Scourge get assassinated. Overlord's going to go down. That means there's nothing left here. Oh, actually, no, never mind. Quite a few more Overlords being brought up, as well as a random Muta a bit estranged from his buddies, and that guy's going to die pretty fast. Tanks there to deter the Hydras, and it's just not enough units right now for Jesse. Oh my god. Well, that's not what you want to walk into. And there are 4 battle cruisers here, so Madino with his Sky Terran. Madino still being more careful than I would expect with his advantage. The battle cruisers, like I said, those will be interesting. But lots of Hydra and Lings pouring out here from Jesse, which means his eco is still absolute shit, for lack of a better word to describe it. And now the battlecruisers are going to move out on the map. Does he feel comfortable enough to go for it? That's actually a decent amount of DPS. Some battlecruisers will fall here. He doesn't have like enough battlecruisers to just walk across the map and be like, alright, you die. Muta are boldly chasing, really wants to snipe a battlecruiser, doesn't get it. How hurt are any of these battlecruisers? I don't even know. There's too many wraiths to click on one, too. Actually, no, the battlecruisers did not take that much damage. Any ship weapons? Any ship weapons? No, but we're... Okay, finally he's added his barracks. Alright, so that was an interesting time. He started his upgrades a long time ago. Now he got 6 battlecruisers, and then he's going to add some marines to his army. I guess it'll be nice for breaking up any lurkers if Zerg ever makes a lurker. He's got lurker. I don't know if he's ever going to make a lurker. And, ooh, okay, now Jesse's finally just realized, because the depots were built next to this ling, he's like, oh, there's actually a base up here. Oh, shit. But Terran's bringing all of his stuff up there as well. Will it arrive in time? Honestly, probably not. Although the number of overlords is just 1. Now, the second these overlords arrive, his race will potentially evaporate. And let's see, that should be a clue to Medino. Alright, well, he immediately loses several races. And Medino now going for the evacuation here. He is going to evacuate a decent number of SCVs, but I would say probably 6 to 8 died right there. And now there are Marines coming up here to shred what remains of this. And let's see, is Jesse just going to target the base? He probably will, but it's going to cost him the rest of his army to do so. And where did those battlecruisers go? Oh, wow. Medino's just like... Medino is definitely at least a little bit trolling. He's just taking bases in random corners of the map right now. He's bringing up his fleet of battlecruisers here to finish off what remains. He knows that Jesse is very, very dead and has nothing. Actually, Jesse is going to... No, Jesse isn't even going to get the CC. And now a bunch more Marines pouring out from Medino, and now we've got a base over here. Just transferred by Zerg's building base. Poor Jesse. Not his game. Medino just abusing his huge early game advantage from those wraiths. Jesse is now trying to expand aggressively, but he has like a group of Hydra, and Medino has 2 or 3 groups of Marines, 6 or 8 battlecruisers. Well, these Marines are going to die because they don't have any medics with them. But yeah, alright, so he's building some bunkers up at the top of the ramp here. There's no Marines actually over here though, so I don't know what good these bunkers are going to do. Garrison's SCVs. Alright, now we've got meds supporting this, so the Hydra have to turn tail and run. And he is doing a pretty good job sort of zoning Jesse away from that top base. Yeah, you know when you're in trouble when there start to be almost as many battlecruisers as there are Hydralisks. And now Jesse is just forced to make Hydralisks with his really, really bad economy. And now it is a triple supply advantage here for Medino, who is about to roll Jesse right over. We got 4. I thought he had 6 BCs. Okay, he's got at least 6. And he's got a group of meds here. Oh man, he's trying to morph lurkers, but it doesn't really matter. It's way too late for that. Well, maybe if he got lurkers on the bridges. But I think the battlecruisers could just kill them, especially if he got Yamato. I think it was Yamato then. Wow, those just died like instantaneously. Oh snap, he just found the lurkers. Treasure trove! Oh my god, Yamatos are immediately going down on the lurkers. So yeah, that's not going well for him. What are you gonna do? Yamato, irradiate, it's all the same. He wishes he had a little more gas right now. Now the Marines are trying to come across. Battlecruisers here to target down lurkers. Will Scourge 1 battlecruiser? Oh, does it matter? There's like 8 there are literally more battlecruisers than there are Hydra right now, and there it is. GG. Medino takes the win over Jesse very comfortably that whole game. The initial wraiths just did way too much damage for Jesse to have any sort of a chance. A confident, dominating win. And now for our next game, we are going to have Wing Zero versus Tim. Let's find Tim versus Wing Zero. Actually, there it is. I was worried for a sec that I didn't see it. No, I actually did not know that a Zealot survives the Yamato. That's really funny if it does. That's actually, I would not know. Do they really? That's... How? How does Yamato damage work? Like, Zealots don't have more HP than other things, right? And no, I did not know that, Gecko. I'd never even thought of trying that. Alright, so in the bottom left-hand corner, as the Teal Protoss, we have Tim. And in the top left-hand corner, we have Wing Zero. And, of course, Tim is a bit interesting because Tim, well, he's also in CPL. And he qualified for Chobo League. So yeah, he's been improving very fast. I mean, he did start at the upper end of CPL strength, I think about 1700-1800, but he has gained quite a few points and is just getting stronger and stronger as time goes on. So he's someone to watch out for, because anybody making that kind of improvement at that kind of MMR, that shows a degree of potential, right? So if Tim keeps playing, he might be someone to watch out for. We'll see if he can make it into that kind of sort of what I think of as like tier 2 of foreigners, you know, not quite your true touches or your eons or your dewalts, but that next tier of guys that are all very good. Because that would be sort of the next step for him, you know. When I think of that tier, I guess I'm thinking of people, Cryox, Zero, those kind of names. Not the guys that are like favorites to win, but guys that are strong foreign players. Why is it 14 now? I have no idea what that means. I guess it could just be damage types. That would explain why zealots. That would be. Can you imagine wasting Yamato trying to kill a zealot and the zealot doesn't even die? Alright, so Tim has seen that there is a pool, so I think we will see a forge, unless of course he's gate expanding. But no, it'll be. Oh, I hate when people place their forge like that. I mean, I can see the logic behind it, but I don't know. I like an even row of cannons. So I would rather have my forge stick out one more and just have an even row of cannons. Maybe that's just like the OCD in me, but like aesthetic buildings are pretty. Like Harang. Harang has the most aesthetic buildings of all time. Like he is clearly the aesthetic toss. Okay, micro down the hatchery. Go probe. You got this. You got this. I believe. Not really. All right, so he's actually going to go Nexus before cannon, so that is nice. And of course, he's done that because he's seen that all of the eggs not immediately morph into lings or anything like that. There's only been 2 pairs of ling made, and they are going to head straight across the map, seeing this morphing cannon, I guess. No, actually, never mind. They're going to actually, on third thought, they are going to head straight across the map. And in the meantime, will we have gas or will we have the third hatch? Looks like we're going to see the third hatch here from Wing Zero before. Anything else? Cannon is up. Gateway is there. Cannon, that was very close. Those lings have been there fractionally earlier, but Tim knows what he's doing. Now, he could still possibly try to sneak in a ling, and he is coming from the lower angle. The probe is out of position to block this, and he is going to do that. He should get in 2 lings. Alright, so in goes a ling. Actually only gets in 1. Cannon's OP. And, yeah, third hatch being thrown down here for Vingzil after, or Wing Zero. There's a different player named Vingzil. But, Tim, no! Okay, so he loses a probe so far. That ling is pretty weak. He's going to chase it around with just 1 probe. Eventually it'll rig in enough health that it can actually just kill the probe. So this might, okay, Tim then turns away. And going to put some probe on the gas. And so far the control and reactions here are very good from Tim. Until that. Now it's killed two probes. Alright, you start getting into 2-3 probe kills, that becomes worth it. Although this ling is 1 shot away from death. He's keeping it alive, just gonna run it around in the base. And Tim busy scouting. You can see that gas is... Oh, ling speed first. Okay. Possibly something a bit aggressive here from Wing Zero. Wanting to take advantage of this 1 cannon setup. Cybercore goes down. Now, Tim hasn't scouted, so he doesn't know that Lair was delayed. Okay, that explains the speed first. So we are going to see something aggressive. And that will be in the form of a Hydra Bus. Now let's see if or at least a fake Hydra Bus. We'll see if Wing Zero can shut down the scouting. Of course, a lot of times, almost always, Zergs that micro against your probe. Oh my god, did he mess up? No. Okay, nice move, good block. But almost always Zergs that are very aggressive with their scouting denial, it's almost always like, okay, you want to Hydra Bus me. So, like, that alone is usually enough to prompt cannons. I've almost never even had a Zerg just fake me out that way. Now we can see a second cannon already being added. Like, I've never... And, of course, the fact there's not a hatchery is also something of a tell. Especially when there's no gas there, and you're not seeing any extra hatches. You know, you got an idea what is probably coming your way. Now, the tricky part for Tim, of course, is flushing out, is this committed bust, or is this fake bust? And based on what I'm seeing, this bust is looking pretty fake. Now, there's no Stargate for Tim. So he won't be able to do that. Now the question is, how much, I guess for lack of a better word, greed, risk, can he get away with? I mean, if he can get away with only building, say, 3 cannons, or 2 in this case, because really Zerg hasn't made that many Hydra, then he's going to be in a really good spot, especially since he has skipped Stargate against that. That's pretty strong against this kind of play. So the Hydra are going to run in here and at least set up to attack the gateway. Let's see if Tim is going to make more cannons, if he's going to get scared with the Hydra attacking his front. And yeah, it looks like he is. Now, is there going to make any more Hydra behind this? A bit of a supply block here. Oh, where are those? Okay. Overlords are almost done, so this isn't too bad. Range is not yet done for the Hydra. Okay, so he did get Tim to make cannons, so that's going to come out okay for Wing Zero. Enough of a threat. I mean, Tim definitely needed more than 2 cannons, but where's this headed from here? Okay, so definitely just droning up behind this, so just a fake bust from Wing Zero, and the hatch is coming down now. Oh, actually, he only got 4 cannons out of 10. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Tim has 2 gateways here in the main now. He's going for his archives. He's getting leg speed. And Zealot's microing a little bit at the front. Tim needs to be a bit careful and doesn't want to take too much damage. I think he wants to try to save his forge, which he has done. He will get that +1 upgrade out. And he'll probably honestly be able to keep it alive. Hydras can be, well, maybe not. Speed won't, he'll probably lose the forge. Now that range is done, very easy for the Hydra to set up and pick that off. But he has gotten his first upgrade. He can start building a second forge in here if he wants to, which indeed he is. So good play so far from Tim, but also good for Wing Zero. I would say Tim probably has gotten the better of this so far. I like his position just a little bit more. I mean, Wing Zero has gotten some economy behind this, but Tim only had to make 4 cannons. He skipped Stargate, and he's in position to put a hell of a lot of pressure here on Wing Zero in the next little bit of time as Templar come out. He should have his leg speed coming up here fairly soon, yes. Now, okay, Wing Zero is... Okay, so still droning here, so Wing Zero is very much trying to get an economy going. And he should be pretty much at the point now where he has a solid economy. We can see about 1 patch, 1 drone per patch, 1 drone per patch. So yeah, there is now an economy for Wing Zero. It'll be somewhat robust after these drones pop. And he's actually going straight for 3 gases, so probably Lurker play. I don't see Lurker yet. I doubt he already has it, but I could be wrong. If he does, that'll be a good way to defend. We got a few speed zeal going across the map right now. Lings are aware of this because of the Overlord over the bridge. And a Ling getting picked off right now. Let's see, he has started his +2 weapons. He's making a bunch of Templar. And he's just going to probably zone with the Zealots. I don't think he's going to commit. He's going to force a few Sunkens. That's great. Oh, actually. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, is he going to see that? That'll be nice if he sees that. Because there are no cannons there. How many are being made right now? Well, that could prove dangerous. I don't know why I didn't think about the possibility of Muta with 3 gases. Tim is going to get punished for this. I don't know if he's going to lose outright, but he's going to get punished for this. He's not morphing an Archon right now. He doesn't know this is coming. These Muta are going to kill a lot of probes. He might not outright die, but he really doesn't have too many good options. So yeah, the choice to make Muta turns out to be a really good one. Storm goes down. Yeah, I mean, unless Wing Zero makes like a huge mistake with his Mutas. But already a few probes killed. And this is going to definitely bring things back to comfortable economic parity. And I would say that is a best case situation right now for Tim. Worst case scenario is he loses all his Templar and gets incredibly far behind. But already these Muta are just effortlessly killing probes. And this decision paying massive dividends here for Wing Zero. Templar, oh, that, okay, so the Dark Archon, I like that as an idea, but man, already the Muta have done, like, enough. Double forges, but yeah, just, oh my god. Yeah, this game is now very, very good for Wing Zero here, especially with the defense that he now has. There's no way Protoss can counter and really do anything to him. The Muta will get picked off because there's only 1 support. So yeah, let's see if he's going to try to engage that Archon. No, he's just going to go around it, and oh my god. Oh my god, poor Tim is just getting ripped apart here. Good Muta control, though. I've got to give Wing Zero credit. That was pretty sharp control. Picks off the entire mineral line over here. Trying to get a single cannon up. How close is this DA? I think you need 100. If it's 75, it's really bad. Oh my gosh. Just running probes. He has to storm his own probes. And now this probe line is exposed, and Tim literally just has 8 probes. So, oh my god, he's going to lose almost every single probe. Oh, okay. Well, that's that, because this army is not going to kill Zerg. How close are we to having Maelstrom? Okay. Still wants to keep these alive to pick off these Templar, which he will now probably go do. And then this attack becomes as anti-scary as is humanly possible. Let's see if he can hit. I mean, actually, these meat are pretty low on health. If Tim has a storm and he gets off a good storm, he could stop that. But again, he's only got like, oh, he throws out one storm and dodging around as much as possible. Gets that Templar. Going for the last Templar. It does actually have a storm on it. Will he get it? Yes, he does. So 0 storm, 0 Templar left. Is Tim even macroing Templar? No, he doesn't have like any money at all. Just broke. So this army is not busting through here. In fact, Wing Zero feeling confident that he's just going to engage in the open with his Hydralisks. As long as he coordinates his attack, it should go fine for him. He needs to pull these Hydra back there a little bit. Not connected here. There we go. Now he's pulling back towards the bridges. Decent Maelstrom there, though. Going to slow down all those Hydra, but we've got more Hydra coming in from the backside. And I think even with that, it should be a few too many units. And there it is. GG from Tim. Wing Zero moves on into the winner's bracket from this group. Alright, well that one, a rather clinical win there by Wing Zero. So now we are going to have, I guess, Yeti versus Brillante. Let's see if we have that game. Nope. Well, let's see. So it looks like that was a walkover for Yeti, and then Ivaniox gets a bye. So now, where do we go from here? Who lost? Jesse lost, and Tim lost. So Jesse versus Tim would be our next game, with the loser of this game being eliminated. So, spawning in the bottom left-hand position as the white Zerg, we have Jesse. Whoa, white Protoss, Jesus. And the top left-hand corner, as the purple Protoss, we have Tim. Wow, white Zerg, what? What? Alright, so we get a little PvP. They're saying laggy. I guess if I lose power during game, you just get the win. Is that actually a legitimate concern? Tim can probably comment on that for us. Oh, apparently a replay was forgotten. Okay, so we just had a result spoiler, so we just missed one replay. That was an actual win there for, I can't even remember his name. But that was an actual win, and now we'll see if we can get a good PvP or if we'll get something weird. That is the danger, of course, in skipping Stargate. It's very hard to get away with skipping Stargate. You usually take a little lot of damage from that, especially when Zerg has a nice setup like that with a few Sunkens. You know, sometimes if Zerg doesn't have any Sunkens, you can counter with Zealots and, you know, do a lot of damage of your own or buy time. But, I mean, there was good defense there. It was an okay position for Wing Zero, so I like the decision, but he was not prepared enough for Mutalisks. Alright, so Gateway on the way, and Gateway on the way. Interesting Gateway position here for Jesse, very deep in the base. Quite a long distance to get to the ramp. I don't think that will really come into play, but I will be interested to see the final Gateway layout and how this plays into his overall base building. Oh, actually, okay, it's really weird Gateway positioning. I don't know what to make of that. Either way, especially if you're two-gating, like, that's the one time where I would think, alright, you really want your gateways up here. I mean, that's an extra, like, 5 or 10 seconds of travel distance. That's worth something. Situationally worth something, but it's worth something. And, of course, Tim has his gas up, putting a couple probes on, make that 3 probes. And in comes the probe here from Jesse. Here, pylon, first zealot out. Probably we'll see a core. Looks like minerals are heading up towards 200, so core. Alright, so a core from Tim, and a few more zealots. No surprises there. Now the only question is Jesse going to play with an expand here, or is he going to play with... Wait. Jesse is a different race. Does Jesse play ZVT? This is just dawning on me. He played ZVT against Medino, but now he's playing Protoss. He doesn't play ZVP. Is he a Protoss that likes to play Zerg versus... I don't have any idea what kind of bizarre race picker Jesse is. Alright, so here comes a probe from Tim. It's going to see just one Zealot. So I don't think he knows that there are 3 Zealots coming across the map, but he will have a... He's actually a bit delayed. He will not have as many units as we saw in our previous PvP. So perhaps Jesse will be able to get up the ramp and be obnoxious, and Jesse is going to go for the tech version of this, which is an interesting shift now that we've seen that a few times. And okay, so Jesse just walks right on into the base. And he's actually worried about this enough to the extent that he's going to get a battery to help deal with this. But he's already lost his ramp, which is pretty unfortunate for him. And now the Dragoon is taking damage. But this is where the situation gets most annoying, because now he's got to micro around a lot. And what you really want to do is kind of hang out near your minerals, drill around, and defend that way. If you get stuck just microing all over the place, then it's a little bit tougher, right? So he's got to move this goon away, but it looks like he's accumulating a decent number of units, and the actual 2-gate portion is reasonably well dealt with. I mean, the battery was forced out. He should probably secure his ramp. Maybe leave 1 Zealot back in the minerals to mess with AI, and then just hold the ramp that way. He's probably going to lose that Dragoon. Actually, never mind. The battery is doing work. And he's still got these 2 Zealots, but he's got 2 running around in his main. Now, he has not moved to secure the ramp. He's actually just going to leave the Dragoon there. Let's see if he just drills out. He's got okay, good reaction there from Tim. And trying to keep this probe alive. This drill is fairly solid right now. Picks that Zealot off. And this Zealot is more or less going to die over here, so that is taken care of. And aggression cleaned up here for Tim. Pretty minimal losses. He kept all his Dragoons alive. I think he lost 1 or 0 probes. Reasonably clean defense. That's a lot of probes being queued up over here. And Dragoons on the way for Jesse. Apparently Jesse plays all races, basically at random. Wait, is Jesse a girl, or are we just assuming that from the name? And 2 more gateways. Okay, so pretty all-in coming up here from Jesse. And we've got some range on the way. I'm assuming Tim already has range. He was getting a robo. Alright, so apparently Jesse is another female player. I was not aware of that. But now I am. I don't know who's better between her and Cadency, but my feeling is probably Cadency. And now Tim is trying to bust up the ramp. He's not going to be able to bust up the ramp because there are too many Dragoons. And at this point, Tim needs to be careful, because if he trades units inefficiently, he's in danger of just getting overrun by 4-gate, which is fairly powerful. And what Tim will need to do is wait for his Reaver, stay up the ramp, and then he can come down, and when he has a few Reavers, he'll have a very scary army. Yeah, I mean, it is just kind of a base assumption that everybody is a dude, unless you know otherwise. It would just be weird if you just referred to, you know, it or whatever. I don't know what, I'm trying to think what you would use as gender neutral if you just wanted to call somebody and weren't confirmed. Alright, so we got 4 gateways. So very aggressive all-in coming up. Now the Reaver is started here for Tim. And alright, so this is about the time where Jesse needs to move across the map if Jesse's going to make this work. Once the Reaver comes out and the choke can be defended or the bridges can be used, then it becomes a problem. But if Jesse surprises Tim and just starts walking across these bridges right now with, you know, 6, 7, 8 Dragoons, that could be problematic pre-Reaver. But the Reaver is getting pretty close to being done, and it won't be long until there are Scarabs in the Reaver as well. Mazzy, I forget, are you Mazur, or do you use a different name? I honestly can't remember. And then there are other examples, yeah, like Julia, one of the legendary BM Polish. I believe Julia was a random player though, or maybe Zerg, but I think random. All right, so here we go. Unfortunately, picking the wrong bridge. Okay, now we're gonna position to the correct bridge. And the Reaver's on the way, though, and I think the Dragoons can block. Okay, so Jesse's going to swing around. Unfortunately, she's going to suicide a Dragoon, which is not an ideal start. Wow, that Dragoon was really on move command. Oh, the Reaver's in a bad spot. Okay, Tim has recognized this. I don't know if Tim recognizes what he's playing against, though. Dragoon's shuttling in, but the Dragoons are coming in. Oh, wow. Jesse completely botches it. A horrible execution blunder, and I think that's pretty much game for Tim. I can't believe Tim is actually going to attack with a Crawl Reaver. That's a bit insane. But alright, you know, whatever. These Dragoons are being horribly misrallied, and Jesse has just been absolutely destroyed here. Tim's got a base up. He's got Reaver Tech out. He only has 2 gateways, but like way more powerful situation here for Tim, who is apparently just going to crawl his Reaver across the map. We saw a CPL game that was won with a Crawl Reaver, and we might see the same here, but yeah, well, actually he's going to need a shuttle. Like, I don't think he's actually going to bully his way in outright with goons, but he's going to try, maybe. Alright, so he's pivoting back to the bridges, forcing Jesse back. Jesse, actually, never mind. Tim is just going to bully his way in with Dragoons. Maybe some macro glitches, or maybe a pause here in the economy. Although now Tim is running out of Dragoons here to put this down, although Jesse is retreating, taking a few more shots. And the Reaver, okay, so this is going to be the end of the pressure from Tim, because he's got to wait for that shuttle. Then he can come back with 2 Reavers and prevent Jesse from ever expanding. And I still don't understand this gateway placement. It's very distracting. I don't like these gates back here. Alright, so Tim now has Jesse force up the ramp. This Nexus is going to have to be canceled. Tim is being very aggressive. Probably shouldn't try to go up the ramp. Could just stay here and try to kill the Nexus. Now here comes the shuttle with dual Reavers at the ramp. That will shut down the Nexus, and Jesse is going to try to come down the ramp, which is quite a poor idea, but honestly I can't really blame her, because staying up the ramp is also a really poor idea when your opponent already has an expansion. And Tim's just going to walk his Reaver up the ramp and just say, I do what I want. And alright, so the main is now broken, and the Dragoon count is just too high. Like, Tim is never going to lose his Dragoon count advantage, especially because with the Reaver there you can't pull probes to fight. Alright, so Tim is moving on top of the gateways, and Jesse says GG with a sad face as she makes her exit from BSL Chobo League, and Tim will have live to fight and die, or maybe fight and win another day. Okay, let's switch that. And let's see, now who else did we have? We had Brilhante against Bai. So, do we even have any other losers match games? Not yet. I guess we need to have Medino versus Wing Zero now. Yeah, Medino versus Wing Zero as our next game. Alright, this could be a good game. Wing Zero looked pretty solid taking care of Tim, and we know Medino is good. In fact, based on what I know about Medino, I would be inclined to think he's one of the favorites for this league in general. So in the bottom left-hand position as the Blue Terran, we have Medino. And in the top left position as the Teal Zerg, we have Wing Zero, who I really want to think of as Vingzil. Ah, so Mazi is Mazur. I thought that was the case, but it's been like 6 months or a year. So yeah, good to see you. I know you've been around a long time. I feel like you've been around through the ISL days and before and all that kind of stuff. So, Zero, hello, hello. No, thank you for organizing this tournament and giving me the opportunity to cast. Truly, it's an honor, and I tip my cap, my imaginary cap, to the ridiculous amount of work you've done to put together what is arguably the best foreign tour. Sick league, awesome tournament. The production is great. The updation, just everything about it. It's just like, if you guys want to know how to run a great tournament, Zero is definitely the man in the current scene. Kix does a pretty good job in his own right, but the Zero and the Polish team behind that, with the support of Hatchet, who I think you're actually Russian, right? Either way, I don't know. I don't have enough good things to say about the tournament. There's like nothing bad you can say about it. It's just well run. It's got a good prize pool. It's got a solid system. And we are on Circuit Breaker. That is an interesting Overlord flight path. I don't know what that Overlord flight path is for. I'll admit I just don't know. Unless it's just going to the natural of Terran rather than flying into the main, in which case it makes sense in that context. If anybody plays Zerg and knows better than me why, if that's something other than just going to the natural, I would love to hear it. In the meantime, it is another gas play here from Medina. We'll stop short of actually calling it Wraiths or anything else. Oh, hey, we even have Lancer X in the chat right now. Wing Zero, I don't think that's Zero. I think Zero plays with ZZ0. Also, Zero, I owe you 10 bucks for my tour. So if you want to like PM me or something, like if you have a PayPal or something of that nature, a Google Wallet, an email or something I can use to send you your 10 bucks, I'll send you that from my tour. And I also need to get True Touch his money as well. I think he's sent me his stuff though. Alright, so we got one on gas. We got a factory started. Oh, he's pulled guys off gas. Okay. Perhaps that means it's just going to be like Vulture into expansion? I'm not the best with Terran builds, especially with these new builds. I don't know, maybe you can do this for 1-1-1 as well. I honestly don't know what to expect. We'll be watching that. We have the 3 hatches going. Wait, was that 3 hatch before pool? No, okay. Gas pretty close to being finished. Factory is up. And no killer SCV this time. And we've got our 3 drones on gas. And I'm just very curious to see. Okay, now he's put SCVs back on gas. Perhaps you just don't need quite as much gas, so you can afford to take a few SCVs off briefly. And get that first Vulture, and then we see a starport. Is it going to be double starport? Or is it going to be 1-1-1? I don't know. Looks like it's going to be a single starport. A few more Vultures being made. Alright, so Medino confirms he is not actually foreign Lita. He just wanted to do 2-port in the first game, and now varying it up a bit, we've got a creep colony going down to deal with that Vulture. I guess that's good positioning. It covers the bottom part of the ramp. It will probably not cover the higher part of the ramp, though. But, oh no! It's not done in time! Oh, geez, this is not good. This is not good. Drones are being desperately pulled. The SCV is actually going to help, and he's trying to buy enough time for it to finish, but he's taking pretty significant losses here, and he will chase the Vulture away, but can the Vulture assassinate another drone? I don't think Medino is microing it enough to do so. Good trap there. Should finish it off. Alright, so as far as crisis management goes, not bad, but damage has been dealt. 2 or 3 drones definitely matters, especially at this stage of the game. And a Hydra Den goes down here for our Zerg in response to this. And actually, I take... Like, no, that's a command center. Okay. So yeah, looking like some 1-1-1 here from Medino. Probably lay some mines with this Vulture at the front. And I will readily admit, I find this build hard to play against, because now you're like in your base, right? Zerg's in their base. Vulture, actually, he doesn't have mines right away, but especially when Terran gets mines right away, then mines are laid. So you can't, like, use lings. You can't get out. You can't send drones to take other bases. You just kind of get stuck in your base. And I don't know, it's confusing to me. Admittedly, I only kind of came back to playing recently, so I don't know exactly, you know, it was just starting to be used, like, right when I stopped playing. So I haven't had a time to watch a whole lot of games, and honestly, it seems like most Zergs right now that I've been watching have been playing more like Effort did in ASL and playing really aggressively against it. So we'll see if Wing Zero plays that way or where he takes this game. But he's already lost an Overlord to this Wraith, and of course the Wraith can also do some scouting. He's getting Hydra speed, and actually with the Wraith and Vulture combo, looks like he's going to take out the Hydralisks, or the Hydralisk, and then he will be able to go for the Overlord. Although these Hydra might arrive in time to save the Overlord. Oh, it's going to be super close. No, it looks like he'll get the Overlord, but he at the price of a Wraith. Now, from what I understand, that's not great for Medino because he doesn't get scouting intel now. He can make another one, but he doesn't have that Wraith to see exactly what Zerg is doing. Now, he does have some mines on the map. Okay, bye, Hydra. So, yeah, a few Hydra already dying here for Wing Zero, and a command center coming out from Medino. And overall, I feel like Medino's already working his way into a good position. I mean, he's gotten a few drone kills, picked off a couple Overlords, had a few Hydra died of mines. And the speed, okay, the speed Hydra from Wing Zero, there's another drone going down. And is he going to send another one out? Yes, he's going to send another one out. I wonder which base he wants to take. I don't know. We can see it is going to... Oh, no, he's got a lair over here. He's getting Overlord speed. All right, so that's for mine clearing. And looking to play this a very different way. It doesn't look like we're going to see Muta off of this. Is he getting Lurker? No, he's actually just getting his Hydra range. I wonder if he is going to go for some sort of Hydra attack. A Vessel out for Medino and a Radiate almost done. Barracks starting to be added. No tanks yet. Just relying on the Vultures with mines. But against Speed Hydra with Overlord speed, that should be decent. And there we go. Overlord speed kicks in. So the Vultures with mines are not going to be that strong from a defensive perspective here. And no third base yet for Wing Zero. I think he wants to take it now. I don't think this blocks the Vulture off entirely, but it will be enough to shut that Vulture down. And now a few Hydra at the front here, picking off some of those mines. We have 2 bunkers, and wow, Medino was really ready to take that seriously. There was never enough Hydra to even remotely threaten that bunker, but he's just got a bunch of SCVs pulled. Wow, this is actually really good for Wing Zero right now, because he does not have that many Hydra, and he's macroing behind this, so Medino is literally stopped mining at his natural entirely to be safe against this. So Medino taking this threat very seriously, and because he doesn't have that Wraith, he isn't really able to scout around and see that this isn't a threat, so that's where keeping that Wraith alive and being able to fly in Zerg's base would have been really nice for him. But now I guess he's feeling a little bit safer. He's got a tank out, and so he's going to pull back and say, all right, this is not so bad now. But that was a solid economic hit. I mean, he lost 200 or 300 minerals at least from that. So good slowing of the economy there from Wing Zero. And we can see the supplies are still reasonably close, and Wing Zero's economy behind this is definitely solid. Double Evos, so Hydra missiles, and we got Carapace as well as an extra hatchery, and we have a third base going up. 2 garrison bunkers. Now what do we got here? Marines. We should have our stim on the way, adding more barracks, and kind of pausing tank production here to get these barracks up in play. And is he getting Lurker? Yeah, he's getting his Lurker now. So those are going to make his Lurkers, and I wonder if he's going to play Hydra Lurk. Especially given that missile upgrade. I mean, yeah, your missiles make the Lurkers a little bit stronger, but the way Lurkers shred Marines anyway, I don't feel like that's a hugely necessary upgrade for your Lurkers. Maybe there's something I don't know that I'm missing, but I don't recall that ever having a huge impact on Lurkers. You know, it's not like all of a sudden Lurkers are going to one-shot Marines and, like, just become unkillable demons with the +1 missile. So that makes me think he's going to play some Hydra Lurk here. And yeah, we see more Hydra, so we'll see what Medino does against this. Heavy Vessel Marine, not all that great against Hydra Lurk. You usually want to add a few more tanks and play that way, although these drops could certainly be scary. And let's see, Medino has a scanner, so he should be starting to get an idea of what he's up against, and we'll see if he starts adding in more tanks as a response. This Vulture here is actually going to be a Vulture and just magically pass through almost a control group of Hydra. But there are 2 on the ramp here, so it's not going to get anything done with its harass. Nice positioning there from Wing Zero. Actually, he's Medino apparently smart enough to not even try to go down there. Although that will probably be the end of that Vulture, splitting off a Hydra there to chase it. And we got a Queen's Nest, and we're working our way towards Hive. So that's a pretty fast Hive for Hydra Lurk style play. We've got a dropship loaded up with Vultures, so he wants to do a Vulture drop into the main, probably. Overlord positioning looks good for spotting it. All the other angles are pretty well covered. He could drop Vultures over here or something like that if he can find a way across the map, but the coverage right now for Wing Zero is very nice. He's got really good vision. There's not really an exit path for that dropship that Medino can't, or that Wing Zero can't at least see the dropship coming out. Hydra finishes off that Vulture, and now we've got the Lurkers morphing on the high ground. And oh, actually, I didn't realize this is a double drop with D-Matrix, or maybe not with D-Matrix. Well, it looks like it's shut down in the natural. We got a random irradiate on the Hydra, but the drop in the main might get something done. Although, actually, maybe there's not okay, is there enough DPS from the Hydra? No, there's not. Okay, so this drop in the natural is actually going to start doing some damage. Wing Zero does have to run away. A few of these Marines should get picked off, but then he's got the Vultures in the main, so this is going to do a lot of damage right now. Units everywhere. Now, it is getting cleaned up at the natural, but these Vultures in the main, we can see already this is 7 or 8 drone kills, and big mines going off here on some of the Hydra, and more or less taking out everything in the main. Vessels also irradiating a few drones, and this is a pretty hard hit here to the economy of Wing Zero. Now, he's got all kinds of Hydra running over here. He does seem to have his ramp blocked. Medino's running around frantically with the Vultures. It looks like he might get one more drone kill out of this. But no, actually, there are Hydra sent over here, and Medino stops microing. So that's it as far as damage there, but he got quite a few drones. I mean, you know, 5 or 6 drones down here, 5 or 6 drones here, at least 10 or 15 drones in that whole encounter. And for the first time, Medino brings himself back into a supply lead doing that, and now Wing Zero needs to make some drones, and Medino perhaps ready to move out. And the only thing that worries me for Medino here is if he moves out, his tank count is pretty low. Also, this mine could be really devastating if something walks over here from this direction. His tank count is low, and low tank counts don't usually fight that well against Hydra Lurk, because you can't spread your Marines the same way. Overlord here is going to see it, and then we'll see if Wing Zero just goes for it or how he wants to play this here. Obviously, a ton of Marine DPS. And it looks like a few more lurkers being made in the main. Does he have his Defiler Mound anywhere? No Defiler Mound yet. Also not upgrading at the moment. And here we go. Wing Zero runs in. That is a lot of lurkers. The tank is going to die almost immediately. So that's it for that tank. And yeah, Medino basically needs to back up right now. Cannot really engage us. He tries to take a brief engagement while the lurkers aren't there. But he's going to be forced right back to his bridges at home, which is not comfortable for Medino. Medino would obviously prefer to be out on the map right now. Although that is not going to be possible. Now, is Wing Zero going to commit to going across the bridges? All right, bold play here by Wing Zero. And he is going to try to force Medino back. A second round of double dropships arrive, but Medino is going to have to keep going backwards. He can't fight the Hydra and the Lurker together. He has to try to engage them when they are separate. He wants to get in range of that tank, and he will get the tank and working his way forward, but he's not going to be able to bust in with the bunkers, although Medino has almost no units in those bunkers. Drags a mine back almost to his lurkers. Now, we don't have too many reinforcements, of course. We did see he was making these lurkers over here. Those mines are freaking me out. I keep thinking there's going to be a drop. There's not. And where did those dropships go? It looks like he saved at least one of them, although they did take some damage. I presume the other one likely died in the fight. Alright, garrisoning the bunker, bringing a tank out into siege range of those lurkers. Now, the saving grace here for Medino is there aren't defilers out, and the tank's quickly able to pop two of those lurkers. Irradiate goes down, finishes off that lurker, a few more spawning over here, and now Wing Zero just sort of setting up outside the natural of Medino, and Wing Zero is actually at a pretty significant supply advantage now. That fight went well for him. He eliminated all of those Marines and medics, just pushing it back slowly with the Hydra lurk. Medino, as far as I understand, having just the wrong composition to really fight against Hydra lurk. That's where I understand you really want to go like 2-fact tank, and of course Overlord is there. This is going to be very well spotted. Now, there's no Scourge out, but he's burrowing some lurkers over here, and actually surprisingly keeping nothing back in the main, but Medino thinks better of this drop with those Hydra running back, and returns to his base. Going to need to find a different way to fly out, but Medino is very trapped right now, and he's continuing to add barracks, which is quite interesting. I think we'll see an expansion from Wing Zero here sometime soon. Let's see, are we upgrading? Still stuck at 1-1. Where's Medino? Does Medino have? Okay, down here. Let me click on this. Alright, so we're getting armor. Almost done with 1-1. So, relative upgrade parity here. Neither player upgrading fast. Hydra clearing out these mines. And another dropship blows up, so Medino is getting a lot of drops. Looks like he's going to do some serious drops. And at this point, honestly, he needs these drops to start working. I mean, he's almost out of money. But it looks really strong for Wing Zero right now. He needs these drops to really wipe out Wing Zero's economy. Either that or just get some kind of really sick engagement that just causes Wing Zero to lose a ton of units. But he's definitely in a terrible position. I mean, supplies tell the tale. The map coverage tells the tale. The base count helps tell the tale. And here we go. He's running in. Is he going to D-Matrix and get in? No, he's just going to fly in. Alright, and he irradiates a few of those lurkers in the natural. And in fact, all of the lurkers in the natural. Check that. And now unloading a whole boatload of Marines and tanks, sieging up. Interesting place to siege. Actually, that's a pretty good place to siege. It's going to be very hard to engage from there. He has ramp coverage, and this might do something he needs, but at the same time, Wing Zero is going for it across the ramp, but he's not getting too many of his lurkers into his fight, but he has a tremendous number of lurkers, and this is going to be a very interesting, almost base tradey kind of scenario, unless he gets some defilers out. Let's see, some lurkers being sent forward to sacrifice to the mines, and just trying to push forward now in range of the bunker. Repair is not going to happen. I think Medino is microing elsewhere right now. And the lurkers are definitely going to push through here, and Medino is going to lose his natural, but Wing Zero is going to lose more or less his main. He doesn't have very much money. Take a look at this right now. He can't really make any units. He's not going to be able to save his main. There's no defilers. He's mining just a little bit off of this one base, and he's going to lose all of his tech, so major base trade going on right now. Command center forced to lift, and both players are relatively broke, especially once Wing Zero comes down here and starts picking off these drones, as we see happening now. Although, actually, wait, there is a defiler out. Perhaps that will be what Wing Zero needs to clear this out, and he is sending some lurkers back right now and picking off the dropships. That's definitely nice for Wing Zero. Now he's got some stuff, but of course Marines under the ramp are also going to be really strong. He needs to get those lurkers burrowed under there if he wants to work his way up. And first lurkers being sent to the top, trying to get those burrowed. And there we go. Now he wants to move into tank range and try to push that back. Those tanks taking some good fire. And Medino pulls back. Defiler Mound is targeted down, so most of that tech is down. The Hive is still alive, though. He can rebuild the Defiler Mound if he wants to. Has to take a moment to shoot down the Sunken. And lurkers burrowing. Good targeting by... actually, Medino is forced to run away. And now there's a lot of lurkers in the main. That will probably be enough to finally chase this drop away. And Wing Zero does resume mining right now. And now just moving his lurkers forward, gradually positioning them to deal with this drop, trying to trap Medino off. And it looks like he's got him almost backed into a corner now. Medino being able... actually, did he lose his command center? Maybe he did. Well, so he's going to probably have to float this command center over to the natural, but really, really poor mining here from Medino. Can probably take a few of these lurkers now and just close in the trap. No other bases for Wing Zero. This is the extent of his mining. The good thing is Wing Zero actually hasn't lost any of his hatcheries. Ballsy play here from Medino, trying to go by here and assassinate these lurkers. 2 more bury, and now he's going to be forced to run behind the gas, and that should finish off those Marines, and that's it for that drop. He does, I think, still have the 1 dropship alive, but he doesn't... well, actually, he's got a scary army still. Has a scary army, and he's going to send the SCVs to distance mine. Is he going to lift the main CC? Yeah, he's got to lift the main CC. So he's without scans for some time. The drop is cleaned up, but there's still a dropship on the map. And is he going to make any more? No, he doesn't really have that much money he can afford to spend. And he's making another CC that he can float out to here. And what is left for Wing Zero as far as army goes? 5, 6 lurkers and a group of Hydra. Crazy base trade. Whoa, that's a lot of gas mining. Mine that gas. Oh, wait, are these just idle? Yeah, so far none of these guys are... okay, we got like 4 idle drones. That actually matters right now. His economy's bad, so every second there's idle drones. That makes a difference. Rebuilding his Hydra Den. Not rebuilding his Defiler... oh, he's actually... okay, I guess he noticed, maybe? No. We are double Hydra Den rebuilding. Also rebuilding the Defiler Mound. And yeah, actually, that is interesting. He had idle larva for quite a while, considering how much money he has. Finally starting to macro again. I guess he's worried about this force here from Medino. That lurker's been irradiated, so now Medino suddenly has 2 bases. Wing Zero has ecoed back up a little bit, and this game has stabilized into an interesting position. The question kind of right now is, can Wing Zero deal with this army? If he can, or if Medino sits back, then we're almost back into like an even-ish game. Medino mining 2, and Wing Zero starting to reestablish his economy on 3 bases and most of his tech. So somehow this game remains even-ish. Plague being researched now for Defilers. Probably going to try to get a few Defilers out. And let's see, Medino is going to move out here with this Marine Medic army. But again, the issue for Medino is this is Hydra Lurk, and Ling Vessel does not fight particularly well against Hydra Lurk. Like I said, I'm genuinely surprised he has not made a commitment to quite a few more tanks. Alright, so we'll see if Medino can get anything done with this army, and how Wing Zero is going to play this. I'd like to see him burrow a few lurkers over here just for defense purposes. He does have the Defilers, but this army is now coming around the side, and Wing Zero is a bit out of position here. These Defilers are going to get irradiated, so he's not going to be able to use the Defilers to defend. He does throw down the Darkstorm pretty quickly, which is good, and actually that might just be enough right now, especially without any tanks, to zone out Medino. But these Vessel are going to become a problem. He has not rebuilt his Spire insofar as I know. And that's interesting. That's all interesting. Things that could happen, but that are not happening. Perhaps things that will be remembered. No vision of this right now. The Overlord has been cleared out from this position. Or moved. I'm honestly not sure which it is. And we've got an Evo Chamber, but it's not upgrading right now. And we're having a bit of a chase on this army, trying to block it in over here. And, he wants to snipe the vessels, but he cannot do that. Now, will he remember this dropship? We're going to have to pay attention to that. Getting some irradiates down on those lurkers. He goes in for another one. The Hydra get the snipe on that vessel, though, so that's it on that vessel. Is he trying to draw the army forward? No, just not paying attention to it. And we've got a small group of units going down here to check for other bases. Actually, he doesn't need to check because he has an Overlord there. You can see that. And he tries to move the lurkers forward, but more irradiates go down. And needs to be careful here not to overextend his Wing Zero, or he needs to reinforce this. Trying to go for another vessel. Can't get it. Just through lurkers. Medino at this point I think has enough to split and kill this off. He's going to go into the top base here. But now, yeah, these lurkers are just about dead, and Wing Zero needs to reinforce with more lurkers if he wants to kill this army off. Not going to be able to kill that with just Hydra Ling. But he has pushed it into this top base. It's kind of stuck here from Medino. Sort of an awkward position. Wing Zero going absolutely crazy right now in the APM. And that Vulture is going to die. And Wing Zero really wants... Well, I guess going in here, if he's just going in here to dive on the vessels, maybe that will work. The Marines are really out of position, and the Hydra are just bound and determined to kill this vessel, but Medino is going to save the vessel. Now, I don't think he's going to have enough to kill these Marines. Let's see here. Nope. Marines with medics are pretty powerful against just straight Hydra. The dropship is still very sadly forgotten, as is these lurkers. Actually, there's one lurker already burrowed. But the main is... Well, the main's not really worth dropping now. Maybe you can snipe an Evo chamber. But sniping the Evo chambers doesn't matter right now because he's not using them. It's not really that big of a deal. Medino's still a member though, macroing on 2 bases. Lings are being annoying here, but I think Medino's going to come and deal with that. But I'm still worried about Medino's insistence here on Marine medic vessel. This is... I mean, I don't know. He's a much better player than I am, but I don't feel like that army works against Hydra Lurk. Perhaps I am forgetting something, missing something, but... So far, Wing Zero has effortlessly won any just reasonable engagement. The only time Medino has been able to do damage is when he's caught him completely out of position with drops. And let's see what is okay. I don't know what drew his ire over there. Maybe he just saw an Overlord moving around and was thinking, well, maybe lurkers. Yeah, Marines out DPS Hydra just fine, but Marine can't fight Hydra Lurk, because with all the Hydra there, you can't fight the Lurkers properly. Although there needs to be Lurkers here. Like, alright, here we go, Lurkers move forward, and I mean, Medino just can't engage that. There's just no way you can fight that. I mean, maybe you can get enough Vessel to just always irradiate the Lurkers, but that seems difficult. That seems difficult to do. And now Wing Zero moving across, and it looks like he wants to get off a sweet surround. I mean, he's got... Oh, he doesn't quite know where this Marine ball is. Let's see if he's going to go for a big surround. No, he's actually just inching forward. Oh, there's actually now a Defiler, too, to accompany this, which is even scarier. And there aren't a whole lot of mines on the map, but I can understand that. The lack of incentive to mine up when there's this many Hydra on the map. And, finally unloads that dropship. But again, remember, these Evo chambers aren't really doing anything. There's not upgrades going, and in the meanwhile, Darkstorm, whoa, holy shit, obviously lost a lot of Marines. Well, we took a quick look at that drop, and he hits a Plague on these Marines just to add insult to injury, and it looks like Wing Zero is going to come in here and shut down Medino's mining. There's not even tank support whatsoever, and the bunker's going to go down pretty quick, and those Marines will likely fall. I think there's enough Hydra to get them down, and Hydra go under the Swarm, occupying that space. Pretty good mine going off, but now the Lurkers, and there's mining done at the 3rd. It looks like Wing Zero got some Hydra over here, cleaned that up just fine. Mines are going to kill a few Lurkers, kind of a cute little Lurker split there, but I mean, now Medino is mining just all so fairly from one base. Doesn't he have anything out going for him on the map right now? He's microing actually this group, interestingly enough. And I think Wing Zero's got this, guys. Medino just doesn't, well, actually, this will be interesting. There's no lurkers here. Well, that will get interesting again. If Medino shuts down this base, this will get interesting. Okay, there's a few lurkers. He should not be able to, shut down the base. That's too much. They'll fight pretty well against the Hydra until the lurkers come over here, so Wing Zero saves his base. Probably not going to try to push in here right now. But God, can you imagine the plague on this? Holy juicy mother of all plagues. Alright, so comes in, takes a look at it with his Overlord, wants to see the layout of the mine, some other things, and that's an interesting choice here for Medino, but I can understand Medino doesn't want to get trapped into his natural, and Medino just about out of money now. What you see is what you get. Whereas Wing Zero, actually Wing Zero, okay, never mind, Wing Zero still has this base. He's still mining from this base tinily, but Wing Zero is about to run out of money too. Well, let's see, but I think the issue for Medino here should still be that he can't really win a fight against Wing Zero's army composition. And now Wing Zero is going to pull up these lurkers, and try to get everything together right now. Maybe just burrow this guy and buy some time, and then bring the rest of the lurkers up, along with his Hydra. Oh, these lurkers are really out of position, though. He can actually split against this, but actually he's got nowhere to run to, and now he is feeling the walls closing in. The lurkers burrow. It's a complete surround this time. Everything dies here from Medino, and most of the medics should get shredded, too. Yeah, he's going to lose most of even his medics, and this is all that Medino has left right now. And Wing Zero is still mining. Medino is not. This army cannot do anything. Medino cannot establish a base, I don't think. And it looks like Wing Zero is going to take your game over Medino and be advancing into the round of 16. I mean, we'll see. Wing Zero could maybe make some incredible blunder into mines or something of that nature. But look at all the units pouring down here for Wing Zero. Hydra even taking the time to clear out mines. The lurkers burrow, and again, you can just see the Marines just have to run. They cannot engage Hydra lurk. It doesn't work. You can't spread. And even if you do, only a few of your Marines can fight. So the command center dies immediately, and now he's backed into a corner. The Filers all over there. Actually, that's going to be kind of a weird situation. This is actually going to make Medino's army fight really well, except for the fact there's a few Lings under here. And Medino is completely zoned out. He hasn't really done anything with these dropships. There's just nothing he can do at this point. And good work on Wing Zero. Now I have 50 supply advantage. Medino's running a few vultures around, but you know. At this point, there we go. Lurker continues to inch forward, trying to get a snipe on that. Medino desperately microing his last 4 Marines. Does not want to admit that he's dead yet, but he is very, very truly done and dead. Still defending is natural, but this is all he has. He cannot move out on the map against all of this. There's just no way. Wing Zero has way too much. Kind of being sloppy with a few of these Hydra, but is it going to matter? Probably not. Huge surround here on these Marines. Probably just enough of a surround for the Hydra to kill them outright. Swarms in the natural. All of Medino's units are gone. Man, Medino taking a while, and finally, GG is called. And Medino takes the game. So, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Wow, that was a huge resource advantage for Wing Zero. It was interesting. Like, Medino, I don't know. I don't understand his choice of army comp against that. I felt like if he would have added more tanks, he would have actually had a scary army, but you just, as far as I've ever seen, I've never seen a case where Marine Medic can fight effectively against Hydra Lurk. Alright, so now we have Yeti versus Ivaniox, or Ivanox, or Ivaniox. Anybody got a pronunciation for me on that name? Actually, do I have those replays? Maybe, let's see. Actually, wait, maybe Wing Zero is not all the way in yet. Maybe there's more than just that. I'm not sure. It looks like we need whoever Yeti versus Ivaniox is. Anybody know which game that is? Only 9 hour? Who's Yeti? Only 9 hour is Ivaniox. Goten is Yeti? Do I want Goten versus only 9 hour? Is that our game of choice? Yeti, okay, so Goten is Yeti. Okay, so Goten versus only 9 hour. We're gonna have what is advertised as some hot PvP action on In the Way of an Eddie Freaklings map. You guys should know it pretty well if you guys have been playing, because it is in ladder. But anyway, spawning in the top right-hand position as the white Protoss pieces, we have only 9 hour, and in the most obnoxious color scheme possible, we have Goten, and my god, is there any way we can get alternate colors for these players? Save me from this. There's probably no way to do that, is there? To like switch your allegiances and make the colors, because these colors are absolutely fucked. Look at this. All right, this is the top color. Can you even see, like, the difference is so subtle. I'm sorry guys, these battles, they're gonna make 0 sense. They're gonna make 0 sense. If we get one of those good late game PvP battles, I'm sorry, but it's just gonna be like, yeah, there's some colors fighting, and oh well, all of a sudden there's only one color, well, there's just this color left, and it's now just walking, so I guess that army's dead. Oh my gosh. This is like it's like even here looking at it, you can barely see the difference. Savage. Yeah, Shift Tab and reps just makes them the same usually because the alliances aren't right. Which is really a shame. They need a way to ally players. Like, from the grave or something in replays, you know? Alright, so. Yeah, actually, that would make a lot of sense, huh? If the replays, if it was a two-player replay, like if there was like a default color schematic, like in a replay, a player 1 just automatically gets assigned red, player 2 is automatically teal, player 3, you know, and just have like a default color scheme 1 through 8 to ensure that replays are like better handled. That would be someone should pitch that idea to the devs. That shouldn't be a hard thing to implement. It should be a pretty basic change, I would think, to just change color. I mean, that should just be like changing a few variables or whatever. I wouldn't think that would have too many hidden impacts. I mean, I guess I don't know for sure how it's coded, but someone should pitch that. Someone should pitch that idea. Whoever said that, that's an obvious and pretty intelligent solution. Yeah, but there's no alliances as far as I know, right? Is there even a diplomacy tab? Yeah, there's no option to ally rep members. Alright, so we got a core here from Jesus, I can barely even see it. This is only 9 hour, right? Yeah, this is 9 hour. So 9 hour is getting his core up, and actually it appears to be the same situation here for Goten as well. I cannot see the difference in person, like hardly at all. I can only see the difference if I am actually looking at the mini-map. Okay, so 9 hour is like, okay, reverse ramp map. Let's go 10-15 gate PvP. So some big time Magoon aggression, and basically what 9 hour is looking for here is to either get an outright win or to force Goten back down his ramp and then hold that. Of course, the cost for 9 hour is economic cost. Major probe cuts necessary if you're going to go 10-15. And with Goten responding with a gateway of his own fairly fast, this is going to be a pretty this is kind of like analogous to a ZVZ, where you have one player going 12 pool, that would be like 9 hour, and Goten going 12 hatch. It's just Goten has more probes, and given travel distance, he'll have more, or at least equal Dragoons by the time 9 hour shows up. Neither player having started range yet. Deselect. Yeah, that would be, I guess, the way you'd say it. Oh, that's why Korea all... Oh, so, okay, that makes sense. If you go top versus bottom. Interesting. Good thoughts, though. So the Koreans are just smarter than us in more ways than one. Ouch. Alright, so the probe is picked off. Alright, so we have, what, Zealot. We got 2 Dragoons out, another one on the way. And an even pair here, yeah, so almost the same Dragoon count. There will be 3 out by the time 9 hour gets here. If he just expands, that's weird. Alright, well, he does just expand. That's kind of odd. 10-15 probe cut hard into Nexus. We'll see when, oh, actually, this is gonna be... Oh, shit. This is gonna be interesting. Alright, well, we got 3 Dragoons. Wait, 4 Dragoons? 4 Dragoons versus 3 Dragoons and a Zealot, and he's moving out a bit far away. It could be a risky engagement here. Let's see if the Zealot can get up from south. Whoa, we got some weird micro going on here, and it's just impossible. You can barely see who's who. Oh my gosh. It's as bad as I imagined. Alright, well, now we got 3 Dragoons out. Does he have Dragoon range? I don't even know. Alright, well, with his reinforcements, he is going to be able to push 9 hour back, is Goten. And in the meantime, we got a pylon going high. Oh, he is getting a forge. Wow. Alright, I was looking at this thinking, well, maybe he's just going to die, but he's made a forge. So there will be cannons to deflect these DTs. I like how every time there's like a PvP, the viewer count drops by like 15. It's obvious. It's quite a tell, to be honest. It's like, oh, PvP. Okay, I'm out. Fuck that. Alright, so DTs will do nothing, especially since they're not being shuttled in. And 9 hour getting an archives of his own. And looks like just a standard DT expand here with 2 gates first from Goten. So let's see how quickly he reacts with these DTs or if he suicides one. Okay, nice. Paying attention. Gonna be able to keep those DTs alive at the front. Now, actually, the one possibility is he might come in and just go for the cannons Let's see if he goes for it. All right, he's going for a YOLO cannon bust. All right, DT is for the right cannon, right? All right, this might work. Oh my god. It might work. Ah, it's so... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. So DT is sneaking in. There are panic cannons being made here in this base. He is actually opting to fight right here, and I don't know where these probes are going. This is an interesting choice of what to do with these probes, although it is buying enough time for the cannons in the main. But let's face it, Goten or 9 Hour taking tremendous damage right now from these DTs, and even if he doesn't get any cannons here, he's going to lose his natural, so huge loss for this. But wow, look at this dude being greedy and sneaking a Nexus, and now the DT is going to arrive, I think just a little too late to shut down these cannons, perhaps with Dragoon support. Maybe he can come in and dive for that last cannon, although probably not. Actually, except now there's DTs out of for 9 Hour of his own. That will not be able to save his Nexus though, because invisible units cannot just attack other invisible units. And there is a cannon up here, as well as, oh wow, 2 more DTs. All right, so this is going to get interesting. He's going to have to wait on a Robo. Oh my gosh, he's going to be he can just block the ramp for ages. He can possibly snipe some of these buildings. This is going to be very annoying for 9 Hour. Really nice move there from Goten to realize that those cannons were vulnerable in that manner. Now, he's actually really well positioned around this, although the DT, will it sneak in? Oh, that could have been another type of thing to flip the game on its head, because that cannon definitely did not cover the ramp, but the threat is pretty well deflected right now. DT being positioned on the ramp, not quite in the perfect spot just yet. And we have Hidden Nex over here. So we've got some PvP craziness coming on. Reasonably well-timed Maynard. I would say 4 seconds late. Let's see, 1,001. No, I was like 8 seconds late of optimum. Probes take a couple seconds to mine the minerals. Alright, so DT's going to kill that pylon. Observatory starts only now. Wow, okay. That's aggressive forging. Alright, let's see. Where's DT going to go? Okay, he's now covered his gas. That's honestly... Oh, wow, he can actually get... Oh, no, I can't. I was going to say, if he could actually get the gateways, that would be so savage. But there's this hidden base. Now, this is still an advantageous position for Goten, for sure. He's got a much better mining base. It's 2 bases versus 2, but the issue comes if he doesn't recognize what's going on, and possibly falls behind. Like, if Goten plays really passively, and 9 Hour gets up this base quickly, Goten could fall behind. Although if Goten's aggressive, it will be probably not so good for 9 Hour, because 9 Hour is not going to be able to get up a strong defensive position here, and Goten will be able to just force him to fight at his natural and take like really favorable engagements. Or I guess, but if he plays passive and 9 Hour like expands like double hidden bases or whatever, and then gets 3 base eco, then it could get a little rough. All right, so we're shutting down a probe, yeah. So 9 Hour wants to play really sneaky. He's got a High Templar in it. I like this idea. Man, 9 Hour is going into what I call full bullshit win mode, and we'll see if he can make it work out. I mean, if Goten finds this base soon, obviously it's just over, but... And let's see here, we've got... These DTs are different colors, my god. Okay, so this shuttle is spotted with these DTs. Now he's gonna maybe start checking hidden bases. He's seen the shuttle, so he's got some units pulled back. I don't like the fact he doesn't have any units back here, though. Alright, so DT... 2 DTs? Okay, so we're gonna slip DTs in. He's got a cannon. He's got 2. Okay, so DTs won't do much. I thought he's got a High Templar. The High Templar could do something. The DTs will not. Those are dropped in, and they are noticed, and there's even an Ops here to deal with this. So this will do absolutely nothing. And that DT's just going to die in the corner. And now we've got DT's checking this base, and he's snuck his way over to... He's actually going to have to get the cannons, though, to kill the NORAD 2 battlecruiser before he can expand there. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a large Zealot Dragoon army here coming across. Got our +1 weapons. Now is he using... He is going to double upgrade with these forges. He's like, well, I got him. And now Goten's just going to kind of set up a contain here at the natural. Wow, this is... I don't know, this situation looks kind of unrecoverable here for 9 Hour. Goten is playing this really well. In fact, it looks like... Yeah, this is the kind of thing well, normally I would say it's the kind of thing that could shift the balance, but honestly, I don't know if Goten has enough to defend. You know, I mean, basically the way the way 9 Hour gets back into this game is Goten overextends and loses his army trying to be too aggressive. And the High Templar comes in, drop goes down. That's actually a pretty good start. Double Storms, that's good damage. That's good damage. This base has still not been found. It's still hidden away. And now he's taken some damage. We've got oh, actually no, that's a good find there. So he will shut down that hidden base. There's just one place he hasn't scouted yet. And upgrading, double upgrades, but now I don't know. I mean, still pretty decent economy pretty even economy for both players, but positionally and compositionally, definitely have to favor Goten right now. And holy shit, what the hell? Or is that just one? Okay, never mind. I thought that was just like 3 cannons. I was like, why? I don't even know why 1 cannon. And you're already this behind? And it looks like Goten is just going to continue to reinforce this here, holding his position at the ramp. He's going to come in here and annoyingly attack the gateway, I guess. DT here is going to source this Dragoon back. And adding yet another cannon, so... Oh, there we go. Now this base is found. Alright, well, now Goten wins. Has to evacuate here. Is Zarkon going to shoot these probes? They can definitely kill them if he, like... Oh, what? Oh well, that base is shut down. Goten expanding over here. And with that base falling, no chance here for 9 Hour. I mean, he's cannoned up, maybe with the most miraculous drops of all time or something ridiculous like that, but honestly, the way Goten has played this, he's got cannons here. He really is not going to be able to get those drops off. He's almost mined out this base. I mean, just look at what he has. He's got almost a mined out base. He's got 3 Dragoons here and Archon. It's just, no, there's no coming back from this. There's no coming back from this. Hidden base now completely shut down. Losing bases to DTs like that, it's too powerful. You don't come back from that. You don't come back from that. Goten is our guy at the top, and 9 Hour is our guy at the bottom. Top Protoss. Slightly not white Protoss. Well, okay, we're trying something sneaky here. He's trying to shut down this base, and the Templar's not storming the Archons. He's got to use the probes to fight, or maybe just pick up the probes. He puts down a single storm on the Archon, but okay, that's a cutesy little 2 Archon drop. I'll give him credit. He's trying. He's trying something. Probably the wrong choice for what the Archon should attack right now, but it doesn't really matter. He's got a base over here too. Oh, what? This guy, is this just entertainment value, or is this like, I mean, this is like half legit, but at the same time it's actually entertainment value? Like, this is pretty funny. I mean, it doesn't really matter because you can just send a few units from this army, but this is great. This is great. We're just gonna cannon rush a 3rd base. I mean, honestly, like, this is not bad from 9 Hour. Like, he shut down this base. That was a really cute 2 Archon drop. But the problem is he's still mining 1 base, so he's still like royally fucked. Like, his play is adorably cute and reasonably smart, although this cannon does get initial hits, so this cannon rush appears to be more or less stopped. He probably can't mine the top hatch, but 1 Archon's going to come over here and clean out this cannon. The only thing that maybe could have flipped this game on its head that 9 Hour didn't try was to like go for Arbiter Tech and do like a surprise recall, although that would have probably triggered a counterattack from Goten. Alright, so that cannon rush pretty easily dealt with, and 3rd base is now up. And where? I heard like a shuttle loading up or something. Yeah, okay, so what do we put in the shuttle? Just a High Templar with speed? Alright. And Goten just kind of expanding everywhere. Shift tab? No, Shift tab does this. You get the exactly the same coloring instead of the almost the same coloring. Oh wow, okay, so 9 Hour's coming out on the map, and did he kill the obs? No, I don't know why Goten is running away from this. I am very, very confused. He's got like more than double supply. I guess he just wants to consolidate his army together. I can't even see where the shuttles are. Like, a shuttle went out to harass. Maybe that's it right there, but it's just like fucking impossible to see. Probably gonna kill some probes here. Actually, I lied. He's too busy dying. So the shuttle dies, his army dies. That's gotta be it. We've got quad supply coming up here. Quad supply. Bro, don't micro. Okay, there we go. GG. And Goten will take that game. Interesting start to the PvP. Had the potential to be something crazy. Ended up a little anticlimactic. So let's see, where does that leave us? Oh my gosh, these brackets. Actually, I could probably hit reload, huh? I think these brackets are being updated. Ah, that's so nice. All right, so we've got some bracket updations. So we saw Tim versus Jesse. So now we have Tim versus whoever lost between Goten and 9 Hour. I forget who's who. And then Madino gets a walkover against Brilhante. So whoever wins this series between Tim and the other Protoss is going to have to play against Madino. And it looks like it's, yeah, Tim versus only 9 Hour. And of course, these are all elimination matches right now. So the loser here will make his exit from the tour. Must-win situation on Benzene. Spawning in the top right-hand corner as the yellow Protoss, we have BSL 5's Tim. And in the bottom left-hand corner as the teal Protoss, we have BSL 5's only 9 Hour. I need to set up that Nightbot thing. I don't know how to use those commands though. Someone at some point, I'll have to get someone to educate me and show me how you can set up commands like that, because I've seen people use that in other things, and I guess you can get an idea of where you're at or something like that, but I assume some of that has to come from setup on my end of the stream. Alright, so I have no idea who's going to be the stronger between these two players. Not a clue. So we have a pylon here from Kim, and a pylon from 9 Hour. I mean, that's all you're going to do. And there we go, someone to link the actual bracket. So Le Pyloni is up, and we have Gateway. And of course a Gateway. Now do we have Gas? Gas. That's what we all want to know. Looks like it. 9 Hour actually has 150 minerals, which is a bit interesting. Guess he's gonna 2-gate. Oh no, late gas. Okay, just a smidge slow on the gas. Not probably going to affect anything, but you know. Every once in a while you get some weird situation where 1 second makes a difference. Core before his lot, so straight to core. And for Tim, the same. Interesting, especially given the map is 2 players. Of course, Benzene has the narrow choke over here, pretty wide open third, very narrow entrance to the fourth. And, okay, pretty fast 2 gates. What the? Alright, apparently it's not 10-15 gate, it's 10-13 gate now. So this just got weird. I've never heard or seen anybody trying to do that. Huge probe cuts involved here. Is he even able to afford anything? Like, he can get a Dragoon, but like, he couldn't even get his Dragoon out on time, and his range is delayed. Now, we'll see if Tim adds a second gateway in response to this, thinking, okay, that's really fast. Ah, thank you, Hatchet. I will need to remember twitch.moobot.tv. Alright, I will keep that in mind for after the cast, and take a look at that in my spare time for how to set that stuff up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, probe's going across the map. Now, Tim is sitting on 1 gate. I mean, I think he'll be okay, especially because he has a regular ramp to work with. But it could be an issue if this goes on. Yeah, that's true. Vincent's got a pretty nice setup. I know Kix has a very nice setup. Honestly, in terms of setup, I'm a little bit Stone Age. I'm pretty badly behind in production value compared to some of my fellows. Well, they obviously Shamtu's got a nice setup. So I might figure out how to update that. Some people have some very pretty looking streams. Mine is what you might call rudimentary. I think I might modify the BSL, like the overlay you guys have, and put something over the replay progress bar, because like I feel like casting, like what everyone's used to is you don't have your face there, like when you're actually casting the games, to just put the full focus on the game. So I'll probably make that change. And we've got some serious scouting here by Tim, which actually is going to be really interesting because there's 4 Dragoons coming across the map. Tim has not left much at home, and he's going to lose this Dragoon outright, so initial cost to Tim is already there. This build is... Oh, okay, it's DTs, but with like a hyper-fast forge because his timing on this is weird. This is such a strange build. Tim is getting a second gateway, he's getting a robo, he's also getting a shield battery, which is not a bad choice, and he has gotten this goon back off the map in time, but he's going to have to hold here. This could be a little dicey. 4 Dragoons. He should be able to hold with the ramp advantage. And the Zealot there, let's see if we can get the Zealot to, yeah, we just got to kind of back and forth that Zealot. He's already gotten a lot of free hits though, so this is going pretty well for Tim. Zealot should probably come down the ramp now though. Doesn't want to, oh, okay, nice use of the battery. So yeah, that's not going to go any further here. And we've got the pylon, we've got Dragoons in production, and grabbing, okay. Well, he's got time, but is he going to put down the obs? Alright, we're sending a probe out round back here. Generator has not been killed off. Going to put a smart pylon there for spotting purposes. Make sure the generator isn't secretly being killed off. Reaver on the way, and then we're going to monitor the situation here. Yeah, you can just hide the progress bar. True. There is also that option. But it looks slightly sleeker in my opinion with a nice, like, covering. Alright, he's getting the observatory. Where's the DT? Where's the DT? Is it? Oh, it's not out yet. Okay. Should have obs in time if he builds an obs next. But if he moves out, he's not going to have any units back at home. Please start an obs. Please start an obs. Please start an obs. Oh, fuck. Fuck. That's not good. That's not good. But, I mean, I can understand Tim's decision making. You don't really usually face players that do 10-13 gate and then go make DTs. It's a pretty bizarre transition. It's one of those transitions that, like, if a Protoss plays standard, it's absolutely just not good. But if Protoss is like, oh, okay, you went 10-15 gate, I'm just going to get my Reavers, it ends up being pretty good. Well, fuck. I think that game just about ended. Oh, he sees it! No, he doesn't see it. Oh, fuck. So many probes gonna die. So many probes gonna die. Alright, here we go. How long is it gonna take him to notice? Probably not very long. He's gonna be like, fuck me. What is this shit? What is this shit? Just watch that kill count. He's gotta run, like, he can't. But it's so awkward too, because you can't, like, run anywhere. He's gonna get a panic obs. This DT is at least not gonna be game ending, but it's dealt some damage. And of course, 9 Hours got an expansion behind this. So this is not going to be as bad for Tim as I thought. I'm surprised he's leaving the DT here rather than chasing, but I guess he knows those obs are about to spawn. And let's see if Tim turns these probes around and waits or not. Obs is out now. DT is out of position though. I don't think DT is going to get any more kills unless it is... That is very sneaky. That is very sneaky. That was good movement. That was good movement by 9 Hour. Let's take a quick look at the base. He's adding a third gateway. He's getting a storm. No, he's actually not getting storm. Wow, he doesn't have Dragoon Ranger. Oh shit, I didn't realize that. Oh, if this DT comes back. Yeah, I wonder how thoroughly Tim is going to check for this and how patient 9 Hour is going to be. Tim might think to check over here since he knows he didn't kill it. That's smart. Alright, good Tim. Good job. Good find. Knew it had to be somewhere, didn't find it there. So DT gets picked off. As much as I like that movement, that was also very well played by Tim. And we're getting a ramp. Oh, that's a wacky cannon placement. It doesn't cover the ramp. It doesn't cover the mineral line. It doesn't even cover a shuttle dropping on this. That's a weird cannon placement, boys. Okay, 9hour's got to back up, loses a Dragoon here, and Tim's like, alright, I'm coming for you, boy. I'm coming for you, boy. And there's not a lot of Templar here. Now, Tim has no Nexus, so this feels maybe a little do or die. Now, the good news for Tim is there's almost no units. The bad news for Tim is there's, what, 2 or 3 Templar? Or is he taking a shuttle? No, he's taking a Templar. Well, that could be bad news bears for 9hour, because now he only has 2 storms. Yeah, he's only got 2 storms. These storms, he has to make them count. Oh, actually, this is... Oh, if this is intended, this is so smart. Oh my gosh. That was really clever. I love this. He gets off a beautiful storm on the high ground, but he has not killed the Reavers yet. Although he's got another storm that snipes them from on high. This is pretty nicely done here by 9hour. And so now all the storms are done. The question is, he really needs to reposition his goons. I think he has enough to defend, especially with a Crow Pole. And this looks very bad for Tim, but he's not fighting this very well right now, although he's about to have another storm on his Templar, and he has the goon advantage. It doesn't really matter. Suddenly an Archon just, I guess he melded. It was like, it had to be in my vision, I just didn't see it. So Tim is repelled, and he's expanding behind this, but he's way behind, and GG well played, and actually, I have to give 9hour credit. That was well played. Putting that Templar on, that was so cute, like, oh, I like it. I like it. We got Jordaddy. Jordaddy's here. Jordaddy, are you in this tournament? You are, right? I think you are. I could be wrong. Alright, so now we have Tim versus I lied. 9hour versus Medino. Alright, here we go into almost our deciding game of the losers bracket. Spawning on the left side as our brown Protoss, we have 9hour. And on the right side as our red Terran, we have Medino. Our first TVP of the day. Oh yeah, I know there's a BSL Jordaddy that is not Jordaddy. In fact, I believe it's Abby Love. But I don't remember for sure. But I thought that legit Jordaddy was also in this tour, but maybe I'm mistaken. There are 3 Jordaddies. It's a Jordaddy army. Probably at the behest of Foreign Brood or Discord. Alright, so this map is of course Sylphid. We'll go ahead and expose it because this map has not been in the ladder pool, although if you guys watch ASL, other such things you should know. Of course one of them would be Zero. That's fitting. Alright, so you can see here, just typical natural. Oh, let's see. Medino wants to know if you've got an AKA. I might not want to tell him just for incognito purposes. It's got a natural, and then it goes to DM Pry. That name does not pop into my head. And then this is still unsettled. There's a ramp. Can you see up this, and is it high ground? It's been debated, and no one, like, I've had a constant disagreement about whether this is actually high ground, and I just haven't played on the map because it's not on ladder to go test it. And then you've got base over here, and then you also have like this little base over here with 2 entrances, and that is pretty much the setup of Sylphid. So we got gas for Medino, looks normal. Gate and gas for 9hour or DM Pry. Score here is 0-0 because it's best of ones. But we are in the losers bracket, and the winner of this is 1 game away from securing his place in fame and in victory, and whoever loses this game is out. Out of BSL in its entirety. Do or die, as is the entire bracket the entire time. So victory for Medino, and how many on gas? 2 on gas? Maybe a strong FD coming up from Medino? Okay, no, just regular FD. And 10-15. 9hour likes his aggressive plays. So not a ramp map. So that definitely adds a little bit of strength to this play. Of course, it's not a reverse ramp, so it's not as obnoxious, but it's going to be one of those situations where Madino is likely going to need the bunker. And we should see rain start fairly soon here for 9 hour. Yeah, Chobo League's pretty misleading. Hasu League, somewhere between Hasu League and Gosu League, at least in foreign context. Like if it was Korean context, if you wanted to call it Hasu League, you could probably get away with that, maybe even Chobo League. But in foreign context, it's like, I'd say probably the midpoint between Hasu and Gosu League is how I would personally peg it. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to get a bunker here for Madino. Probe is going to 100% die. What? Okay. I was about to be like, no way I called that wrong. Thank you for not making me just look like a total fool, Madino. I always appreciate that. And we got the tank on the way, lifting up the barracks. Gonna probably get siege then, in response to this. Jawohl. Siege mode, and Dragoons just looking for scouting SCVs, trying to block off the vision. He's got all his guys off gas right now. Interesting. Did he ever even get range? I guess it must be done. It's like 4 minutes in. He must have range. Alright, so down goes the SCV. If he didn't get range, that would be the funniest thing of all time. Range is fake news, boys. Alright, so there'll be a siege tank by the time he gets across the map, so he's not even going to come across the map. So we have 10-15 to expand from only 9 hour. Not the most optimal build in history, but it does leave the potential for Dragoon aggression here just a bit later, depending on the siege position of Madino's tank. Now, there should be a second tank out. But still, I don't think this is tight. So he can probably just walk right in here, and if Madino gets surprised, this could do damage. This missile turret getting ready for DTs. Madino doesn't want to take any chances. Let's see how 9 hour plays this. All right, here we go. Running down. He's going for it. He's committed, and indeed it is not sealed off. So Dragoon's immediately on top of the tanks. How many? He does have 4 in the bunker, but he's doing a very good job getting out of his tank range pretty quick here. And now SCVs are pulled. The Dragoons are going to be trapped in the corner. Another tank should be fairly close to popping, but it's going to cost Madino some economy. Although, of course, at the same time, 9 hour is going to lose all of his Dragoons. He's trying to micro. Let's see how many SCVs he can get out of this. He's got 2 already. Now he's got 3. And it looks like he's going to maybe get 4. 4 SCVs is going to be the end story. 4 SCVs, 2 tanks, 5 goons, 6 goons. I don't know. I don't know if I'm thrilled about that as 9 hour. I'm not thinking, oh my god, it's a disaster, but I'm not thrilled. And we got an eBay to spot any sort of shuttle. Of course, the SCV just got in and saw everything. Oh, he didn't have goon. Holy shit! I was not just like, okay, okay. I don't actually know the way he microed that. I don't actually know how much it mattered that he didn't have range. Maybe with those initial SCVs, but like he just walked. He didn't attack until he was in range of the tanks with all his Dragoons. Like, all right. So rangeless 10-15 expand. Like, I almost feel like this deserves like the title of most suboptimal build in history. But all right. He's going to get Dragoon range now. I wonder if that was accidental or intentional. And this is definitely a 9 hour thing. This guy's like, I can't decide. This is like, he's like half genius and half like just weird, slightly badly weird. But at the same time, he's also like kind of an evil genius or something like that. Very, very unorthodox plays here. Nothing has looked remotely like a standard game, if you will. Alright, so now Madino's looking defended up. 9 hour is holding on to a subtle supply advantage. But again, you'd probably like it to be a little bit more in. Okay. This guy just makes nexuses everywhere. My god. Is the SCV, are the SCVs gonna find it? He's got enough vultures. Let's see. Maybe he just has a sense of this guy and knows that he should scout like crazy. But he hasn't found the bases that are about to be in these locations. So Madino, or 9 hours going, just, you know, units. And the good thing is Medino does not look like he's going for aggressive play. So Medino really needs to find these bases. At the very least to know what's up against, but in an ideal situation to deal with them, because the way he's playing right now, getting all his tech and stuff, he does not have really the units to punish him. Like, if Medino was just like blindly going 4 or 5 facts, it would be really not good for 9-hour, because 9-hour has like no units. But Medino is just playing macro, and he's about to be dealing with a Protoss that is greedily taking 4 expansions. And if Protoss is allowed to get away with that and just hit his macro timings here in 3 or 4 minutes, then Medino is going to be up against some crazy eco. Remember, he hasn't found this base yet. He hasn't looked over here. Laying a lot of mines. Is there a Stargate? Wow, very interesting. Oh, there's a shuttle over here. What did it drop? I have no idea. I missed that one, guys. I missed that one. That explains the mines, though. Now there's... Okay. Almost a Sui shuttle. Maybe he was hoping to get an SCV pull out of that? Well, there's nothing in that shuttle. He doesn't have high Templar, so I don't think many probes could have died. He doesn't have any tech. Like, I don't think that drop could have done anything. He could have dropped some zealots into the main, but like, I don't know. There's no tech on the map, right? I'm making absolutely sure there's no tech. We got some goons clearing out the mines over here. But yeah, no, there's definitely not Templar tech, right? I'm not just having a blind moment. Oh, we got some Vultures trying to run in, but there's a cannon here. Although they're going to make it into the main. Well, Vulture doing a pretty nice, or Zealot doing a pretty nice block here. Wow, good control there from 9-hour. A cannon in the main to help with this, but these Vultures are getting a few probe kills here. So if any SCVs did die, Medino is now also getting some probes here. Kind of evening that out with this weird shuttle. I legitimately wonder if he just, like, faked it with a shuttle. Like, that's why I wasn't looking for drops either, because I hadn't seen anything that was, like, usable as far as drop tech would go. Alright, so that Vulture's dead. Wow, Medino is really wanted that Zealot. And he gets it. And he gets it. But 9-hour now on 4 bases here. Not the craziest economy of all time. And Medino is getting up his tech. This is an interesting choice. Medino is going to be in a pretty bad situation macro-wise here soon, I think, unless he pushes and tries to get something done right now. Because I don't even see a command center being made. So this is like a 4-fact vessel push. It's like he's playing very anti-arbitrary. And now we've got a decent number of gates, 7 for 9-hour. And now he's starting a forge and getting up to 8 gates. So he should have enough production. Okay, so Medino's just going to expand, but it's a very slow expansion. The tech will be good, the upgrades will be good, but his macro timing is going to be really, really sluggish. Now, a few more Vultures out on the map. And, of course, Medino doesn't know about this base. Remember, this is still hidden right now. No idea that this is just chilling out there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, so units are just about to come pouring out here for 9-hour if he's gauged his gateways correctly and can, in fact, produce from all of these. And given the spread off 4 bases, I imagine he can. And every base is pretty well saturated, too, all things considered. This one's maybe the weakest base of any. What's that? But he's still got a control group there. I mean, he's got 50, 60 probes spread across 4 bases. That's a very healthy economy. And Medino is probably going to face a situation where he's down by 50 or 60 supply here at some point. Because he's not really adding a whole lot of factories yet. Well. Yeah, so I'm just macroing away. The only thing we don't see here is much in the way of tech yet, although he's adding a few Templar to his army. Will I see Arbiter? Oh, he's going to find it now? Is he going to find it? Is he going to be like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. I thought I was okay. Oh. Actually, this is cutesy. He probably just scanned it. Probably already knows about it, and he's being cutesy. So this is going to go down now, I guess. Unfortunately, no obs to detect the presence of any... Alright. Hi, Brood War. So Medino obviously knows about this base. You don't just randomly send 3 tanks to a base. Siege up, and hello, Nexus. Hi. Alright, let's see if 9 Hour is going to scramble to save this. Don't think he can... Oh, this is... I like this from Medino. This is cute. Nice vulture placement, so he's going to get all the probes along with that base. He might not have gotten them all if he would have just ran in with the vulture. Actually, he doesn't quite get all of them, but he gets... Actually, maybe he does get all of them. Well, yeah. Alright, so that is going to slow 9 Hour down, but 9 Hour still got 3 bases. Reasonably well saturated. Actually, is 9 Hour just going to outright counter? You need to be a little careful with his zealots, though. You need a few zealots in here. This base does not really have much defense, and it's not very well set up, if I may be honest about this. So I think this attack is going to be pretty good from 9 Hour, because all these tanks are just in a line, and if some of these zealots get on top of the tanks, oh man, definitely occupying them here on the low ground, and I think he's going to get a CC snipe out of this. Except, actually, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe the high ground is going to do its job. Templar, unfortunately, dying to mines. He doesn't seem to know this Templar is here. And he is going to be forced to draw back there. And doesn't get a storm off to kill those last few tanks. And for the moment, his defense holds. And these 3 tanks, I have a feeling that 9 Hour is going to chase them down and finish them off. Because, well, maybe he's going to try to draw the army into mines. Or maybe he's just going to get backed into a corner. I don't think he is actively microing this, but he's pretty much backed into a corner now. Okay, well, now he stops with that, so those tanks are dead, and now he's going to be able to reland his 3rd. Now, how many factories does he have now? Producing 5, 6, making a 4th CC. Upgrades are just, okay, he's got 2-0. So his upgrades, yeah, but that makes sense. He should have good upgrades because he put down pretty fast armories. And getting ready to reestablish a nexus here, although this mine is being obnoxious. Blocking that. Has another probe to nexus over here, but it looks like he's holding off on that. Ugh! He's lost a lot of zealots to mines. So let's see here. Still just looking at saturation. It's not too bad across the board. And we've got a bunch of vultures over here. Slaying some mines, and wow, alright, we're kind of like we're coming in for an attack here from 9 Hour. Actually, now I'm worried though. The fact that 9 Hour is not expanding, if he has an attack that doesn't go well for him, he's not going to be in a very good position. Like, because then he's going to be, Medino's basically going to repel the attack, and it'll be in like a kind of, I don't know how I'm gonna say, if this attack, if he commits to this and this doesn't go well, I feel like Medino's going to be ahead, especially with the 4th base going up. The only thing Medino could have that he doesn't have is a few more factories. That's like the one thing he's missing. But it's also possible that 9 Hour just wants to kind of camp outside the base here. And in which case, if he does that and just expands several times, and then you can worry about attacking. Okay, so I'm going to find the Templar snipes. That's going to happen when you've got a pretty heavy army and vultures are roving the map. So defense set up for Medino. He's done a nice job, of course, killing off that base. Looks like he's going to come back here, check it again, finish that pylon. And more units spilling out for 9 Hour. Again, still that big supply disadvantage. We still don't see any sign of Arbiter or Carrier Tech. And alright, 9 Hour's pulling the plug. Let's see if he can make this work. If he makes it work, it's good, but if it doesn't work, although it looks like it's working right now, not that many tanks back here in this tank field, and lots of zealots everywhere. All the mines have been cleared, a few vultures coming out, and he is trying to get into this base. It's a nice D-matrix, but it looks like he's going to be able to shut mining down at this base. Not enough units out. Actually, maybe not. There's vultures coming back, and I think Medino is actually going to hold this here. It's going to be tight, getting on to repair the tank, targeting the Dragoons, and then the vultures can come up and finish up the zealots. He needs to keep the repair going. Actually, the tank will just live on its own. And Medino holds it. And what's left? There's a control group here. Medino has a few tanks. Medino has 3 bases. These bases are not mining for 9 Hour, and Medino now looks good. Looks even better if he kills this base off. So a bit of a blunder here from 9 Hour to go for that. It looked really good for a while, but in the end it was a little too strong here. Although he is potentially going to find this base. And with this walled off, it's actually, he needs to get some tanks over here or something like that. The mine will finish off the Dragoon, but there's still an Archon, and alright, that's a good find for 9 Hour. Forcing those SCVs to run is nice. And he does kill the Nexus. And now he's going to slip in here, but no probes have been transferred yet, so these vultures aren't going to be particularly powerful. And, oh, Medino, fly your command center away! Don't let it die to that one Archon. Okay, there we go. Think it's going to escape? It's going to be in the red, though. Yeah, he wants to do as much as he can. Actually, is it going to go into the red? It's got to be really, really, really close. Damn, no. Doesn't even have to worry about it burning down. But yeah, now we can see supplies are much closer. You know, it's no longer a huge advantage for 9 Hour. That attack did allow Medino right back into the game. And finally we have the probe transfer over to this top base. And sitting pretty. Now, is Protoss going to add Arbiter Tech ever, or is he just going to play off these Templars? No shuttle either to bring those around. He's trying to take bases over here. I mean, if Protoss can get these bases up and mining, then he's back into more of a comfortable PvP position, rather than a, oh, I'm just barely hanging on. And the other thing that's still a little uncomfortable for 9 Hour is he doesn't have, like, that gateway flood. He doesn't have, you know, 20 to 30 gateways with 10 gates at another base in case things go a little bit rough at one. He would love to have that set up. He does have pretty good map control, though. Although Medino is doing a good job keeping vultures out on the map, making 9 Hour have to work to clear out all of these mines. Oh, we're trying to snipe an observer, and oh, he's going to get it, too. Cute. Cute. Snipes off the observer, prevents the mine clearing, and uh-oh. Oh, wow. Alright. Only one mine goes off. Dragoons coincidentally target firing very nicely. This is still the holiest wall of all time. And just doing a quick upgrade check for you guys. We have 1-2. That's a weird combination. Usually Protoss prioritizes attack. 3-2 from Medino. Alright, we got a few DTs slipping over here, but they have been scanned. Needs one more. Okay, that doesn't need one more scan. So that's taken care of. And Medino, where did I? Okay, so Medino is just repairing that CC. Medino playing this very cautiously right now. Does not want to come out anywhere. Like, I'm surprised Medino doesn't kind of just sprawl tanks this way and take the space. But I guess he doesn't want to do that. Like, he could kill off his depot and just sprawl here with a bunch of nice high ground advantage. But perhaps not confident enough to do that. Doesn't realize that he's got more or less an equal size army to 9 Hour. And we're still on 7. We're on 7 facts for Medino. And 9 Hour just about remaxed. He has rebuilt that economy. It's looking quite robust. Main is mining out, but he's mining solidly from 3 bases and a little bit from here. And now it looks like we're going to see perhaps another attack, everything moving in like an attack. I don't know if it's worth it, though. He needs to clear out these mines a little bit more, I think, before he charges in here. Or else he's going to lose a lot of army in that process. And Medino is looking to re-expand to here. He needs to come back and scan that, though. He might get distracted and lose this command center if 9 Hour pulls the trigger. That can happen even to better players, although it seems like he's sending vultures back over here, which means he must be at least a little bit aware of this. And now there's a brief pause. That should result in a scan and killing this off. And alright, vultures are moving up towards the top position. And a bunch of mines being laid here, and 9 Hour thinking the better of attacking this very defensive position here. I mean, if you look at this, this is basically just a giant arc. This would be like the worst possible thing to attack into his Protoss. More or less impossible to do. And oh my god, that is a vulture raid, boys. That is a fucking vulture raid. Jesus Christ. We've got 2 groups of vultures just raiding party over here at this nexus, although they're having a little bit of difficulty getting in. Needs to lay some mines, though, to prevent Protoss from just racing in to chase, and he has not done that yet. And actually, wow, he's going to save most of these probes. Maybe. Let's see, no mines have been laid to slow this down, and he's going to have to individually target fire probes, which is definitely doable, but let's see how many he can get. He's definitely not going to get all of the probes like it looked like he would, and I wonder if this vulture raid is going to end up being worth it. Actually getting behind those pylons, though, is pretty nice. It'll allow him to get quite a few of those probes. But remember, the cost of this was 2 full groups of vultures, and they didn't really use their mines either, so whether or not that was worth it is debatable. But that was a vulture raid. Unfortunately, 9 Hour quite wise to it. Still looking for any possible tech switches, and I'm not seeing anything, but he is getting his gateways now at a second main, and Medino is just running all over the map here, sweeping with Goliath, sweeping with Vultures. I think he wants to scan more for those obs, trying to prevent any mines from being cleared, and alright, we're just kind of A-moving here. That doesn't always go so well, although it worked out okay this time. And that explains his haste here. He again wants to go up, and Medino is not sprawled with his tank line to this base yet, so this base will die, and possibly both bases are going to die at the same time. And this is a little bit of an awkward setup here for Medino, except for the fact the shuttle doesn't get down, and it looks like this is not going so well for Nino over here, but he has definitely killed his command center there, although Medino's going to need to cancel and lift for sure. There we go. And the tank's basically able to defend that now. I think the Zealots will probably just chase into the tanks and die, and Vulture's coming in here to clear that out. So Medino loses the base, but then is going to re-expand over here towards our 6 o'clock position. And now 9 Hour moves into the center of the map. This is so precarious. Oh, he's on move command. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright, so eating a boatload of mines. And now Vultures are over here. Oh, so close to getting these probes. Alright, let's see how many of these Medino is going to get. Obviously, we can see Medino likes Vulture harass. He's going to target fire down the cannon. And then he's going to pick off this probe and maybe get a few Zealots in the main. And he's basically forced to sit here and wait as our assassin mine. This is like tick, 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 tick. Oh my gosh, 9 Hour, stop it. Get an ob, stop. Stop. So this is actually going very well right now for Medino in terms of his harass. 9 Hour losing a hell of a lot of army to mines. And he's getting harassed by these Vultures. He's losing most of the units coming out of his gateways. He does have 1 Templar in here, not enough for Storm. He's actually not producing from these gateways at all. In fact, he's not producing at all. Is he just he's got enough probes to be fine. He's got like 4 Nexi worth of probes. I don't know why his economy is so weak. So he's going to lose the natural Nexus very oddly to Vultures. And suddenly he just... I don't know why he suddenly ran out of stuff. And he's clearly mining solidly from all of his bases. Okay, so a Storm does go down. This Templar will die. And now he's like in danger of like losing his main... He's building panic cannons to defend Vultures. This is such a bizarre situation. Alright, we got a bunch of Zealots coming out here. But not getting very many good initial shots off. And they're actually just all going to die in their journey. This is so weird. What is going on? Is he just like out of obs? He's making some obs. His Templar are getting sniped off. Alright, so he's going to get some cannons up over here. And he should just make Dragoons if he wants to keep this stuff alive. But he's making Zealots, which is an odd choice. And I don't even know what to say about this game right now. I don't know. Also, Medino's making interesting choices with his Vultures. I don't really know if he even needs to kill the cannons. Like, now I think the Vultures are thinned out enough that if he gets these Zealots on a move, he should just be able to kill the Vultures. But those Vultures did a lot. Medino has not re-expanded over here, but he has taken this base, and he's actually trying to take this base. The only thing I don't like is Medino's not really changing his tank sprawl if he's going to do this. Oh, okay, we got more Vultures. So here we go in weird TVP situations in which Protoss tries to save his main base from pure Vulture. Who would have thought pure Vulture would threaten the Protoss's main base, but it is doing so right now. But now Medino decides, all right, I'm not going to bother continuing to attack there. Of course, we do have gateways back over here. We still, I guess he just doesn't like Arbiters. And this base has been re-landed for Medino. And of course, it is still vulnerable to being attacked. And now Medino, for the first time, is pushing out onto the map. That's quite a few tanks for sure. I don't know exactly how many, but it looks to be 2 control groups-ish. And now out on the map. Protoss has no idea this is happening yet. And is he finally going to clear the Vultures from his natural? Is he finally going to clear the Vultures from his natural? I don't know. He does have some obs. They're still slow obs. I hate slow obs so much. Alright, so he might need to move his tanks just a little bit if he wants to defend this base. But the army is not that big from 9 Hour. That's only 3 control groups. Only 3 control groups. He's got these double forges. Does he even have 3? So upgrading, we're at 28 minutes, so a lot of upgrades have been forgotten over the course of this game. Medino is at his 3-3, so that's nice for him. I mean, the upgrades aren't terrible for Protoss. The 3 armor and 2 attack is a bit odd. We got a little harassment down here. with Templar just being walked in. Actually, maybe they were shuttled in. I don't know. I don't see a shuttle though. I legit think they probably just walked over here. Zealot attacking this CC. Vulture's going to come around and clean that up. Brown is not a particularly easy color to see moving around this map. The red is really obvious, but the brown, not so much. Alright, so a bit of mine clearing down here. And Medino, I think, is just going to play this camping style right now. Maybe wait for one more mistake here from 9-Hour. And in all honesty, without Arbiter, it's really comfortable to play the camping style because you can set up strong positions. And Protoss is going to have a hell of a hard time breaking, especially if you throw out a few depots and stuff like that. And, you know, the only real threat there is recall. And now Medino is actually going to push up here at this base. And this is not a bad spot to push. Let's see how 9-Hour plays this. He's going to trickle in a bunch of units down here. Oh, Medino's not sieged. Okay. This is going to be an interesting situation here for Medino. He's going to get his army cut off. And 9-Hour is kind of pushing straight down. He's sacking this base. But it looks like he's going to kill potentially both of these bases. No siege here yet from Medino. And let's see, 9-Hour is trying to clear his way down here, and Medino is coming back, but he's actually sieged up, so he's not coming back to defend, and these tanks are not sieged up, and he's going to be late on the siege down here as Protoss starts attacking this bottom base, and Medino is going to have to lift this and lose a lot of economy. At the meantime, 9-Hour is making a suicidal attack into this army, going to donate a good solid supply group or two, but at the same time, it is probably going to kill this command center down here. Although actually Medino has enough tanks that he could come down here and defend this as well, but is not doing so at the moment. Will he end up bringing units over to save this? It doesn't look like it. No. Medino's multitasking is apparently stretched to its limits right now, and gonna lose both of those command centers, so that's a bit of a loss there for Medino, given what he had. Like, that was all this stuff he could just take and defend, because he's already got the space defended from the top. But, of course, Medino now is going to counter with this army and could easily take out 2 or 3 bases here from 9-Hour. There's no tech out on the map, and there's not that much army size in general. A little more than I expected, so let's see if he can get a good engagement off here, although Medino is working his way onto the high ground, which is a pretty strong position. He will be able to flank from both sides. Let's see how this goes. Lots of Zealots running in. Let's see where their Vulture's position. This army is coming very much in a line, so it's kind of melting, and we've got a few high ground tanks here, so it looks like this is mostly cleaned up. Although there are still a few Dragoons spilling through, and this is getting weakened. I think if Medino doesn't reinforce this, he's going to get run over quite soon now. Uh-oh, 2 tanks on move command. So that leaves only these tanks here. Base still alive right now for 9-Hour, but a major reinforcement comes up here from Medino. The lack of tech, I'm sure, is going to be an issue. Gateway units, we know how not well gateway units fight against Protoss, and Medino moving to retake these bases, but 9-Hour is doing a good job continuing to do pressure there. And now Medino re-sieges up on the high ground. These Dragoons will definitely die, and 9-Hour now completely choked off at this side. I think he's going to focus his efforts on this base from down here, and just continue to shut down those bases, leaving this as the only mining base for Medino. And so quite a lot of mining here from 9-Hour. Aha, finally we have... Ugh! Alright. Well, that's panic mode, but that's not gonna do jack shit. There's a few Goliaths here. Rat-a-tat-tat coming up, boys. Rat-a-tat-tat. Does he have a fleet beacon somewhere that actually makes sense? And this is just panic? Actually, apparently not. And he certainly can't think he's so far ahead that he can just troll, you know. That's so annoying. It's just like such a ridiculous setup. Alright, here we go. Are there any vultures? No, these tanks are a little bit out of position. He might actually break out of this part of his natural here. We've got Goliath being dematrixed to try to kill these scouts, and Medino is actively microing against these scouts. Doesn't want them to do anything, and this is all just melting. Tanks on the low ground here in this position, super powerful. This base cleared out by Medino, doing a nice job of that during the attack. And now setting up here, actually building a barracks to wall this off. That is nice. Pretty good tank positioning as well. That's going to keep that base pretty safe. And Medino wants to push in here actually and kill the gateways off. Actually, a lot of these are unpowered. The problem is reinforcing Zealots. He needs a few Vultures in here, or at least, I guess, leave these tanks on siege. That might work out. Oh, he's got a few over here. Alright, so Medino is going to come in here, and that's going to be it for 9-Hour's gateways. Oh, actually, never mind. He's sieging all these tanks up. These DTs are going to be doing work. Definitely a few of these tanks going to die in the process. Like I said, one reinforcement of Vultures. There we go. That would be great for that. But could this be the beginning of the end, the beginning of the unraveling here for 9-Hour? He made a few scouts, that didn't work out. He's losing his second round of gateways. He's got some units over here. He is doing a good job keeping on top of his expansions, but he's lost now most of his mining. He's largely mined out. He's mining out of this base. He's almost mined out here. Yeah, not much eco for 9-Hour. Now, the eco for Medino is not great, but it's 2 solid bases, about to be 3. And with a whole set of gateways lost, and a good defensive setup here for Medino, I would say it's looking pretty rough now for 9-Hour. And it looks like long game, Medino's A- power is quite possibly going to carry him through, especially since I don't see like hidden carrier attack or any super surprises coming out. I still see this insistence on gateway army here from 9-Hour, and I mean, it has been effective abusing some of the locations, but Medino's finally gotten serious about this now, has really turtled this up. He's going to shuttle some probes away. That is smart. I do like that. But he's lost his main entirely. Oh, actually, there's going to be a huge counter over here, and Medino's out of position, so never mind. Perhaps 9-Hour is going to find a way to stay in this game. If only these bases were connected. They are not, but he's right on top of those tanks. Medino way too far out of position to save this. Gonna have to float this CC away, so at the very least he's going to keep Medino on just the 2 bases that he currently has. Now, he hasn't come back down here with an obs to check this base. He doesn't know about that. But Medino is bringing some reinforcements over to this top base. There are 0 tanks here, though, keep in mind. There are only Goliaths on this high ground to defend. And yeah, surely 9-Hour isn't going to try to engage this army in here, especially with no tech. And now really all Medino needs to do is spread his tanks in a line just down the map this way. 9-Hour coming in here to clear out some mines. Is he thinking about attacking this bottom base that is very heavily Goliathed up? Seeing those Stargates prompting quite a few Goliaths from Medino. Alright, here we go. Dragoons coming in, clearing out all of these mines, and this base is now open to siege. And let's see, Medino's trying to connect up his 2 armies. This is an awkward situation as Terran. You don't usually often have to try to connect your own armies. But now we're getting some tanks in position. Jeez, he's really worried about carriers. My god. Huge bank for Medino, very small bank though for 9-Hour. And like I said, he's on his last legs of mining. Although he is reestablishing a nexus down here, but Medino is mining much better than 9-Hour, and Medino working off a significant bank. 9-Hour is utterly broke right now. Anything in the shuttle? No, nothing in the shuttle. Now Medino has this base set up again. No defense for it still. Should really reposition these tanks, although maybe Medino just wants to expand here as well, because he has a wonderful defensive setup for either of these 2 bases. And this game has been all over the place. The number of Nexi and general buildings that have been made and lifted is quite prodigious. All over the place game. Hard fought, good stuff, but it looks like it is tipping in Medino's favor. Now, we got some Vulture Harass and a small push over here. Is this an overextension by Medino? It's going to leave this base relatively undefended, and it's a big army right now that 9-Hour has. I think that's big enough to walk over 6 tanks, especially when some of them are preoccupied. Here we go. Big engagement coming through. Also, there's a lot of Goliaths and there's not that many Vultures. I think this is just going to get walked over. He's actually having to run away from his tank, so yeah, he's going to come in here and get the probes, but he's giving up his entire army. And will this open Medino to a counter at the bottom base? And that would take care of one of his mining bases. Storm going down to clear these Vultures out even faster. They're focusing on army units right now, so that doesn't matter. And is he going to counter down here? I guess not. Honestly, a counter to the main would be a little bit scary at this moment. And now Medino is moving his army out here. I'm surprised he's not staying back defensively. Is he going to walk right into Protoss? Is this a blunder by Medino? 9-Hour sees it. I almost called him Wing Zero. Sees it, and now he's going to force Medino back. It looks like Medino will be able to get back and get sieged up, narrowly avoiding what could have been an absolutely game-turning mistake. But he has zoned Medino out of this base, so now Medino is getting shut down over here. This game is still turning on its head, even at 37 minutes into the game. Medino is forced to lift. Now, the one thing Medino has going for him is he has a huge bank still, and he has produced quite a few units down here. Still has the big army up here, and he is sieging up here, and this is going to be hard to attack. This is going to be the problem for 9 hour more than anything. This base is actually almost mined out. I guess it's probably not worth the kill at this point. And this base is trickling low on minerals. Mines being laid all over the place. Good job from Medino. Mines become so annoying in the late game. The only thing that makes them more annoying is that there's turrets with them as well. Hard situations to deal with. And another sneaky push here to shut down this base. And this time, 9 hour is far, far away from this base. Good defensive setup. This base is pretty safe. And this base is now under siege. Are there enough units to keep this base alive? No. In fact, the Vulture's harassing from this set of gateways, which is incredibly annoying, although the DT is doing a bit of work. Will there be a scan? Nope. So the Vultures are going to get cleaned up, but there aren't really any units, and that means a loss of a mining base here from 9 hour. And all he really has left is this army. He's broke now. He's legit broke. He's not mining. Actually, I lied. He's mining from 3 mineral patches. Okay, sorry. I forgot. There's one base. One base. He's mining from one base. But now Medino has position on this base too. Yeah, it's been a really interesting game because Medino has expanded both ways the entire time. Mined out over here. We'll see if he lifts, and yeah, he already wants to head to this base. And let's see if Medino can break him. He's trying to get up here now. This DT, no detection for that bad boy. Ah, good scan though, good scan. So that DT goes down. Actually, no loss of tank. And now 9 hour positioning his army. I think 9 hour is going to want to break this, but another DT sneaking in. Going to get a tank kill and then dispatched. And it looks like 9 hour has one last attack in him, but the downside for 9 hour is where does he attack? Because if he attacks here, he'll probably kill it, but he'll lose most of his army doing it. Here, maybe he can attack and soften up. He's continuing to send DTs at it, which is really nice. It's smart plays. Weaken this now to just 3 tanks. Although Medino is moving a bunch of mines in position to defend this. And honestly, this is not bad. 9 hour is trying to massage his way into this base, since Medino hasn't sent any tanks over here, and continuing to threaten with his army on this side. Like, I like the way he's playing it, but he definitely needs to clear this base out, and the quicker the better. Medino, though, still has that huge bank. It's a really tough position for 9 hour. But now, okay, now we're starting to see the army that makes more sense, given Medino's supply. And I don't think the army is here for 9 hour to fight this, and he's got to back up, so Medino's going to keep this base relatively safe, although these DTs, just as I say that, these DTs continuing to do an awesome work here, and that is going to force a lift for the time being for Medino, and now 9 hour pulls the trigger. Let's see if he can get in here and bust on these tanks. The Zealots are trying to get on top. He's running in like crazy. Will he be able to kill them? I think the answer is, actually, it's not clear at this point. No, it looks like there might be just enough. So that dies. Medino basically has this side secured, and there are no units left for 9 hour. I think we're looking at GG in a hard-fought 40-plus minute TVP game. It's going to be Medino taking the game and advancing to the losers finals because there are no units left for 9 hour. He's got, literally, this is what there is. Like 5 slots and DT. And Medino is happily mining away from 2, 3, soon to be 4 bases. And has, well, actually Medino has more or less burned through his bank. I guess he's just going to siege the main. Vulture's actually going to catch some probes here. Those are all going to die. And now there's no chance of any more units ever coming out on the map. These last few Vultures or Zealots and Dragoons. The last stand, I don't know what the shuttle's doing. It's just flying. I guess it's a spotter shuttle. It's an ob shuttle. Alright, so I don't know. 9 hours kind of running around, but 9 hour is out of BSL, unfortunately. That army from Medino is huge. You don't beat that army with that. Actually, okay. You still don't beat that army with a control group and a half of gateway units. So did the lack of arbiters from 9 hour cost him? Maybe? I don't know, but that's it on mining. So 9 hour is now 100% absolutely completely broke. He's still running around the map trying to extend this game. He does not want to accept his defeat yet from BSL. So down goes that Nexus. Natural's being mined up here. He's actually trying to mine from his natural. High Templar gets assassinated here. One last gasp attack over here. Actually, this attack is going to be kind of scary. He's going to immediately try to wall this. I'm going to throw a turret down there too. That should... Alright, and there it is. GG. Medino eliminates 9 hour from BSL. Gets the job done. Nice work to him. Strong play. And so, let's see. We had Wing Zero beating that, so now we need to have Wing Zero versus the other dude's name. What was he going by? Goten or something? In the winner's match, and then we have one more match after that. So, Wing Zero versus Goten. The winner of this will be headed to the round of 16 on Circuit Breaker. Alright, so spawning in the bottom right-hand position as the red Protoss, we have Goten. And in the top right-hand corner as the purple Zerg, we have Wing Zero. Wing Zero strong enough to overcome Madino in the previous game, and Medino has shown himself to be a strong Terran. He apparently was 30-13 on the ladder, which means realistically, had he kept laddering, he probably would have been strong enough to make it into the BSL Pro League itself, and Wing Zero was strong enough to beat him. So things are not looking great for Goten. However, he has beaten his players, but I think his path has been a little bit easier into this stage. And let's see how Goten wants to play. We got a probe going out for Goten. It's a bit late though. Oh no, actually he's going to play in base here. 2-gate, or are we going to see some PvZ tech play? I don't know, but Goten going a little bit unorthodox here. Maybe trying to throw Wing Zero off a little bit. Knowing he's up against a strong opponent, I would be curious to know what... okay, so Goten is Yeti. I can call him either way. And Zero also says that Goten is best in PvP, which also does not bode well for him, especially when it's a Protoss against a Zerg, if his best match is that. But Kix is saying that Goten is the best player in STPL as well, apparently with a 17-2 record. So that's pretty good. Am I not saying Goten? I'm pretty sure I'm saying Goten. Maybe my Gotun. Like, Gotun is how you said not Gotun. Gotun would be that way versus Goten. Or Goten. Maybe that's an American accent thing. Like, Goten, Gotun. That's how I'm seeing the difference between the two names. Maybe that sounds different, given that I have some sort of American accent of some kind. But it's Goten. I guess I can see how you could hear that as Gotun. I guess there's some subtle difference. There's some subtle difference between the two. But Gotun is definitely a little bit different than how I usually say it as Goten. It's almost a hybrid between and The way I think the way I say it, it's almost a hybrid. I'm hedging my bets. I'm hedging my bets. Combining and into some hybrid vowel sound. Alright, links are out here for Wing Zero, who has opened with a spawning pool. I don't know why, I really want to say Wing Zero like with an accent, just be like Wing Zero, you know, just get the V going, V sound going with W. Uh-oh, okay, gonna chase the probe away. And a Zealot out. Cybernetics core down here for Goten. Didn't mean to do that, boys. There we go. Let's get that vision back. Alright, so we got a hatch down, and it looks like we have a... Oh, okay, so yeah, we have the, of course, tech here from Goten. And in response, Wing Zero is going to throw down the third hatchery at the natural. And oh my god... Okay. Well, that is called the Singing Cast. That is a probe dying. Almost gets the assassination, got a little bit greedy trying to go after it. Wing Zero gets the surround, shuts that down. Did one Ling die going up the ramp? Looks like it. No, actually sent it back. Okay, so he hasn't lost any Lings. Probably poked up the ramp. Saw the 3 Zealots, moved back. He'll probably check again for a Dragoon. And what is the play? Ooh, robotics facility. Likely this will be a short game. This should mean Goon Reaver or something of that variety. Probably Goon Reaver, probably not Zealot Reaver. And usually that tends to be Protoss goes for a big attack and it either works great or it doesn't. Every once in a while it stabilizes into a normal game, but usually it leads to a shorter, more decisive game. Maybe he'll just Reaver expand, but I doubt it, to be honest. I doubt it. Robo just about done. Pylon up. Oh, Wing gets strapped, so nice pick off there from Goten. And now coming up to the ramp, but the ramp is solidly blocked off. He sees a Dragoon there. Nice split from Wing Zero. Microing around like crazy. Crazy APM moments, although idle larva during said moment. And shuttles being immediately being made. There's presumably the support bay. It's like almost impossible to click on. You have to like start outside and head your way down to it. So he's microing these Lings around like crazy, trying to see if Wing Zero or if Goten wants to expand behind this. No definitive answer yet on that. And again tries to run up the ramp, but sees there's a second Dragoon, so he's just trying to see what he is. Now he's been pretty badly pinched in. I think he's going to lose most of these Lings now. Except for the fact that, oh! He lets a Ling in. Incredible movement there by Zero, and a bit of a mistake from Goten. So Wing Zero getting an amazing scout off. So now he knows exactly what to prepare for. And what is he responding with? Ooh, actually, is that going to change? Is he going to stick with Claws? That is a very interesting thing. Is he just going to try to surround this and beat this with Mutaling? Because the Spire is obviously going to be good against this. And we, of course, know that Lings fight pretty well against Dragoons. If he doesn't have a second gas, he's definitely going to make a lot of Lings. Or maybe he's just going to make Scourge and try to Scourge the shuttle and then, you know, deal with it that way as well. So this is going to get interesting. Here it comes. This is going to be a pretty razor timing. Spire's not going to be done. This could be very interesting. Let's see how this goes for Wing Zero. Few Zealots are mixed in there. The shuttle's a long ways behind. There's also going to be a small Ling counter, which is going to give Goten a lot to worry about, and will either buy time for Wing Zero or possibly cause Goten to mess up his micro, because he's got to pull the probes right now, and Goten is going in, but he's got his probes busy drilling, and Wing Zero is microing hard against this, but at the same time, the attack on the front, and that's not going to leave a lot of APM available, although unfortunately the Ling numbers have been just a little bit reduced, and Wing Zero is left scrambling in this natural. He does have a sunken up, and he's running with the Lings. The shuttle goes too far. The Reaver's going to fall before the shuttle can pick it up, and down it goes, and it looks like this will be easily cleaned up then by Wing Zero. A bit of a mistake on the micro from Goten, and now it should just be a matter of flooding Lings. Dragoons will die quite easily to these Lings. I don't think he actually... Well, he lost a few drones, but he transferred most of them away. And remember, he did disrupt a little bit of mining in the meantime. What is going on back in the main? We are going to see the continued follow-up of this. But remember, now he's going to have Scourge, nothing for the shuttle. There's a sufficient Ling count. We'll surround all of this and be able to kill this off. The only thing we'll need to see is where's the economy at this point. And yeah, Goten doing his best to micro, but now that is eliminated. And Claw's upgrade still on the way. Going to find a Dragoon out in the middle. Nice surround. Immediately picks that off. And now there's also a pair of Scourge out, and we can see that Muta are in the game plan as we are getting the +1. And I don't know how good this looks for Goten. In my opinion, it does not look that good. Alright, we got this shuttle, but the shuttle is utterly... He just runs in Lings. It's going to be like a ZVT snipe here, going for a vessel, because here come the Scourge. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! One Scourge already hits, and he has forced to drop the Reaver, and the Reaver is surrounded. Will it get one more Scarab? I think it will. Oh, what a beautiful Ling split there from Wing Zero, who is doing an excellent micro. Eliminates the Reaver. There is another Reaver crawling out, but any sort of attack is completely delayed. And if he makes another shuttle, it's going to get sniped. There are probably Muta being made behind this, and it is looking very scary right now for Goten. Yeah, he is making a shuttle, but what good is that going to be against these Scourge? He's only got a few Dragoons. The Lings can easily occupy that, and I am rather impressed with how well this Ling Scourge play is working out so far for Wing Zero. Just sacking a Ling to see what is sitting there for Goten. Now the economy not that strong for Wing Zero, but with these Muta popping out and just 3 or 4 Dragoons, honestly he can almost just afford to throw Lings at it just to kill the Dragoons or occupy them. And the main is utterly defenseless against any sort of Mutalisks, and he doesn't have a way to get a shuttle across the map. He's going to run in behind and just go for the Reaver. The Reaver's getting off a shot or two, and then the Lings are going to run in and help finish off the Dragoons. One more shot. Oh my gosh. Alright, so his Muta do take quite a bit of damage, but now Goten has this problem of Muta in his base, nothing in that shuttle, and he's going to be forced to retreat. Wing Zero is going to get a few probe kills, probably fly out, but he's completely shutting down the game plan here of Goten. The Muta have taken quite a bit of damage. There's another Reaver in production. The shuttle is actually completely vulnerable to getting Scourged, although he needs Lings. Actually, the shuttle's in danger. No! He loses the shuttle! Everything possible going wrong for Goten, except for this army movement coming back. Will trap the Mutalisk off. Maybe another probe or two will die, and then the Mutalisks are going to try to fly out of here. I think they were hoping to see the Reaver spawning. And behind this, we can see there's a hatchery being made, the creep colony is going up, and more Mutalisks in production. That second gas is up. There's just going to be more Mutalisks, and it's going to become incredibly difficult for Goten to deal with, because Goten doesn't have a forge, he doesn't have money. If he moves out with the Dragoons 100%, he will get his probe line decimated, and the Muta can really return to clean up the Reaver, and that's if he can even get the shuttle across the map. Honestly, this looks like a convincing winning position here for Wing Zero. He could mess it up, but with his expansion going up, Mutalisks on the way. He's got +1 attack on these Lings, so they're like extra powerful Lings. This probe is trying to go out for a scout. I think the Muta are going to find it, so no scouting here. And Wing Zero has pretty good Muta control as well, so Goten is just forced to chill in his main base. He's going to send out the shuttle. Let's see what happens here. I'm expecting a bit of a backstab by Wing Zero. Well, I probably shouldn't do that. That's a little bit ballsy. Takes a little bit of damage on those Muta, but again, that's just buying more time. And Goten just can't move out. There we go. Wing Zero says, okay, you move out. You lose all your econ. So this is do or die here for Goten. Out on the map with the shuttle. He needs to make this attack work. Let's see if Scourge can connect with the shuttle and just buy time, then the Muta can easily come back home. So the only possibility now is if this last Hanbang attack from Goten can work, and man, that is a lot of defense to overcome. It's going to buy a hell of a lot of time. Goons are just going to run in there, and at some point the Mutalist should be able to come back here and just defend. Yeah, they're being pulled back. He's done a ton of damage to the economy, and now Goten is charging in. Let's see if Goten can make this work. Although these Muta are not exactly super well coordinated, diving on top of the Reaver, and the Reaver is picked off. The shuttle almost doesn't even matter at this point, and now the Sunkens are here to defend against the Goons. The Muta can soak a heck of a lot of Dragoon damage while the Lings fight, and that is going to drive Goten back, and I think there's not much left for Goten. He's got like 8 probes. Wing Zero has 4 bases. Just needs a few more Lings to trickle in here, and he will clean up what remains of this. Muta getting off shots. Goten is killing the Muta, but his attack has run completely out of steam. Shut down by Wing Zero, who is going to be advancing into the round of 16 of BSL Chobo League, taking down 2 of the strongest players in the process and setting himself up as a favorite for the entire tour. Takes down Medino, who we know is strong. Takes down Goten, who is 17-2 in SPTL. And yeah, definitely has set himself up as one of the favorites to beat. And now that leaves just our final game, which is going to be Medino versus Goten for all the marbles. And this is a huge game. This is based on what I've been told. This is a big game as well. These are 2 guys that could threaten for the tournament overall, and one of them is going out in the round of 64. In the top left-hand corner, as the teal Protoss, we have Goten, and in the bottom right-hand corner, as the red Terran, we have Medino, who starts off with a beautiful split. Doesn't get any better or prettier than that. So here we go. This is the deciding game of this group. One favorite, I will go ahead and say it, one favorite for the entire thing is going to die here and now. And honestly, I don't even know this map. Well, let's take a look at this. What does it look like? Alright, so we have a ramp natural. That's a pretty typical opening. Forge gate, pretty easy to, well, it's not PVZ, but whatever. We have a small-ish mineral-only third base as a natural third. We've got temples here blocking access to a gas base on both sides. And let's see, so this is a 3-base cluster, 3-base cluster, 3-base cluster. So we have as extra bases that are not natural to you. It's just stuff in the center. So there's a small mineral only, and then there's these temple gases. So this map is a very low gas map unless you take other main bases. Actually, wait, no, there's a gas here. But it is a rather exposed third base. Just as a quick look, I didn't know it that very well. What tournaments is this map being used in? Is this ASL, KSL map? Or is this a foreign-made map? It's not in ladder. And it was not in last ASL, so it's either in this KSL or it's a foreign map. So barracks and gas from Medino. That was a 12 gas, so no fast, super strong like FD aggression coming up from Medino. kick saying he thinks it's a foreign map. Does it actually tell me the name of the map? No. It starts with an A, had a weird name. And alright, what do we have here? We have our gas, we have our racks. And we have our scouting Probu. And 3 immediately onto gas here from Medino. Core for Goten. And let's see how Goten likes to play his PVT. There we go. Casiris. That's probably a butchering of that pronunciation. Casiris? Okay, so it is a foreign map made by Crystal Drag, one of the other notable foreign map makers. Freakling, Crystal Drag, and one other. Who's the other guy I'm totally forgetting that also makes good foreign maps? I want to say there's like a trio that are kind of notable. Alright, so we have our core coming down. And range, probably. Maybe just the standard 3 goon expand at this point? Well, no range yet. Although, not enough money for range either. Okay, there's range. Alright, so looks standard-ish. That's a very weird factory placement. The fuck? Is he opening with a vulture? He can't... What the... Alright, I'm just gonna like... Alright. That was weird. Like, legit weird. I wonder if that was just an accidental click or something. That was... Well, he lost a little bit of time there. Fortunately, Protoss is not being aggressive, and the way Medino is playing, I don't think he intended to be hyper-aggressive. He's gonna in-base expand. Jukato, yeah, there we go. There's another name in foreign map making. And just scouting around. And he's going to make command center on the high ground here. And getting up his depot. And we have singularity charge for dragoons being made in Le Cybernetics Corps. And a pylon. So, oh, actually, never mind. 2 gates here from Goten. So he's going to play this a bit aggressively. I think the way Medino is playing, he's actually going very old school here with a Siege Expand. An interesting choice for sure. So given that this is Dragoon heavy play, Siege Expand is pretty damn safe against this. Shouldn't be in any trouble against it, especially if he sieges a tank on the high ground. Although this high ground might not be the greatest for tank sieging. It's certainly not going to cover the top part of the minerals. It's not like Fighting Spirit where you can come like right up on the edge and cover all of the choke. And Dragoon is going to chase this SCV. Is it going to kill it? It's a hunt. It might actually... Okay, it gets it. Bam. And we've got Siege just about finished up here. Oh, Medino... Wait. Medino having trouble figuring out the map. It's a 4 corners map, man. That's actually kind of bad if Medino doesn't know the map. Like, if he was actually having trouble because he doesn't know the map, that's not good. Alright, so Dragoon is... Oh, tank is sieging. Dragoon is sieging. Well, we're at 4 hours. That's usually the point where I start to get a little bit loopy. So tank sieging up on the low ground. We do have a tank positioned on the high ground here, nice and defensively. Wow, very fast turrets here from Medino, so that's going to slow him down, but he has no idea what's being done behind this. And actually a robo here, so it's a very... safe-ish, kind of standard toss opening with a few extra Dragoons. Oh, man. Well, if the Dragoons walked in right now... Okay, this is an interesting choice. Medino is going to move out here and pressure this almost strong FD style, but without any vultures and more Dragoons here coming. And actually, we've got 3 tanks, but there are 4 Dragoons, and actually Medino decides to move back. SCVs are actually pulled. He's very threatened by this. Now, he's not getting repair on that tank, so it's a good tank snipe from Goten. And how far is Medino willing to push this? And how far is Goten willing to push this? Pretty far, actually, and it's working out for him. Now, neither of these Dragoons are... actually, this Dragoon's quite squishy. Alright, so Medino holds on. Did he have 2? No, he just had 1 fax. That was a very interesting choice by Medino. I don't know what prompted him to move out. Like, I have no idea what prompted that. He had no real scouting intel. He wasn't doing a build that was designed... You don't usually move out with a few tanks on Siege Expand. He only had 4 Marines. It wasn't like a strong FD timing. I don't know if he was just maybe hoping that Goten was doing some sort of greedy play. It was an odd choice, and I feel like Goten got the better of that trade, and Goten is expanding to his third base behind this. And adding on a third gateway. Bombs on the way. And 2 factories going up here for Medino. But of course, getting these turrets, getting out that eBay fast, definitely slowing him down. Not particularly optimal against the just relatively eco-based style that Goten played. In an ideal world, you'd delay those a bit before adding them on a bit later, and Goten going right on up to 5 gateways. And he's going to be hitting some pretty solid macro timings with this, and we'll see how quickly he takes his 4th base. He's getting that gateway count up. He's going to be pretty safe against what Medino is doing. Medino is adding a 4th factory. But Medino has an armory in here. He's got an eBay, so he's not going to have some super fast, super scary timing. He's actually adding yet another turret. Very defensive play. Maybe Goten has a reputation for being aggressive and has Medino playing ever so slightly conservative. Or perhaps Medino just likes to play a conservative Turtley Terran. You can see a Citadel going down for Goten. So that's a reasonably fast Citadel. So it might be a little more towards tech rather than just expoing very aggressively. But he's got those 5 gateways. It might be nice to add a 6th since we are on 4 packs, but I expect Medino at some point here to be expanding. I would not expect timing attack from this. Although, actually, maybe we are gonna... That's an armory with a timing attack? I don't know. I don't know. You don't normally see that, and that would really soften it up, but getting 5 factories before expanding is odd, too. But it is... Okay, so it's not going to be a timing attack, and that wouldn't have really made sense in light of an armory, but I also feel like 5 facts is... It's a very conservative game, to say the least, here by Medino. And should set Goten up for a very strong position macro-wise. He's definitely going to have the control of this early and mid-game phase here. He's got a forge up, can make a few cannons if he wants. But right now he's opting just for pylons. Good Dragoon positioning here from Goten, except for maybe this. And Medino's going to try it, but everything is well positioned. Might be able to kill the Zealot off, but another Zealot there to block, and well handled here by Goten. Very good positioning here. Completely deals with the Vultures and does not eat a single mine. So well controlled from Goten. And obviously production is strong from Medino. Cannon going up for Goten. Still working off those 5 facts. Maybe now an Archives and possibly a Stargate? Where's the Archives? The vault is the Archives! And... or we not... there's always the possibility we're going for carriers, too. That can happen. But usually that involves more than 1 Stargate. Alright. He's got the money to make more stuff. Well, we'll just come back to that later. Oh my god, what? Oh. What? That is such a mindfuck. I was like, who puts a wall in the middle of a map like a freaking maze? But apparently you can just walk through that. That's probably one of those things... I wonder if that's one of those things where you hide under it and it's like half damage. Although actually, this is a pretty decently sized army here by Goten. And there's not a lot of Vultures. I think he's going to smash right through here on Medino's base. We got Zealots on top of the tanks. Although, actually, no, Goten is coming through from all kinds of angles here. And his goons are pretty well spread. Walking his way on top of the tanks. Still a few Zealots as part of this. A whole bunch of SCVs are pulled. And now Goten is going to move his way back. Really target down the command center on his way out. Yup. And it is dead. So a big kill from Goten. Taking down Medino's third base. And now Goten is in complete control of this game. Medino has only a few tanks despite that conservative play. Wasn't well enough set up. Could not handle the attack of Goten. That's honestly pretty impressive. He did that off of 5 gateways. And alright, we're going to have 1 Stargate carrier. Okay. Okay. That's different, but wow. And also kind of a bold move to risk that, given that he is going to go for carriers. But it is paying out, and now Medino is definitely hurting. Has obviously not seen the carrier. Oh. Let's see what is built next in the factories. I think that's gonna see it. Alright, so we should see some Goliath start. Should be the next round that he builds. He's gonna be like, what's this? Are you trying to make carriers? There's a second Stargate. More gateways. And feeling comfortable enough to expand behind this. Where's some Goliath? Oh, he doesn't have much gas. That's gonna be rough too. Actually, he doesn't. Alright, I should probably look at the thing before I say it. I didn't expect him to have much gas, since he's on 2 bases. And he has all this stuff, plus... Oh, he's only been making from 1. Never mind, that's why he has gas. He's only been making tanks. That might have been why that attack worked so well. See a dropship coming out. Why is he not... What is going on? Is he going to wait to start Goliaths? I mean, he scanned the fleet beacon. The scan went down right here. He should know the carriers are coming. But right now, he's just kind of holding production in general, just focusing on tanks. Rebuilding a CC in the main, of all places, and doing a good job. Medino definitely likes to harass with vultures, and he does seem to do a fairly good job of it, but Goten's defense so far has been iron tight. Kicks, I say Goten. That's just, like I said, I think it's just the way I pronounce EN. Like, in my head, I'm definitely saying Goten. But it might just change how I'm accenting it. I don't know. Alright, so finally Goliaths are started, and Goliath ranged on the way, so that is nice. What is our upgrade situation? Second upgrade? Second attack upgrade. Do we have a double armory? Yes, we do. We're getting heading towards 2-1 pretty well. And Medino is being a bit... Oh, we drop-shipped. That is nice. Drop-ship to go behind... Although, in light of carriers, is that smart? He can't defend this. He can build turrets, but it's an undefendable base. Especially being on the back burner. Like, if he could be out on the map, forcing Protoss to fight him, I could see that, but he's a little behind right now. So I don't know about that choice of base. We'll see if it pays off, but my inclination is to think it's not the greatest base to take. In light of carriers. Alright, well. Oh no, I don't think you can actually block that, can you? There's probably a way, but it doesn't appear to be that way. Still not much production from Medino. Oh! Wow! Boys! We're gonna get some excitement! That's actually probably smart. I mean, there's always the possibility that Protoss will bring a bunch of obs, but perhaps this early on, you wouldn't expect Terran to be doing that. Now, vultures are going to kill the cannons, but they don't get much else for their work. And obviously, we can see the huge supply advantage here from Goten. Now, there are 4 bases mining now from Medino, so that should help him out quite a bit. And it's going to be a question of how many wraiths can we get out. Now, the idea of doing wraiths with this is kind of cool. And, okay, Goten sees it. And he's going to think, alright. Alright. Carriers are actually going to go immediately to fight that base. And that is a really good idea, because there is no way... In fact, this is just going to shut down the base. Like, Medino cannot fight this army yet. He's definitely not big enough. He's got, like, a control group of tanks and not much else, and mostly Goliaths. So that he cannot fight this army. So all Goten needs to do is take the carriers over here. He at least shuts down that base. Medino could try to turret it up, but that's just going to buy time rather than doing anything productive. And Medino just... Well, unless Medino's raids are ready. Which they might be, and that might actually save the base. That might actually save the base. Now, we can see there's just 1 obs with this army. 1 obs in its totality. So I think the wraiths are going to do good against the initial carriers. Now, after that, Goten should start carrying numerous obs with his army. But for right now, this is shut down. Let's see if this provokes a wraith response. He's going to try to save it with his raids. And with just 3 carriers, the CC's not going to die fairly fast. So it's like over-under on whether he's going to be able to save it. Wraiths need to cloak about now. Alright, he's cloaking. And let's see if he commits to it. I think he actually can save the command... Oh, this is close. Maybe he can't save the command center. Although, if Goten runs away, he can. So, wow. Okay, but is he going to have an SCV out in time? He's going to be able to save the command center. Oh. Goten sacrifices 2 carriers. Still, he's completely shut down mining there. But Medino is going to save the command center and now getting out more Goliaths with his army. But a solid 4-base economy here from Goten, who is now working off 3 Stargates for those carriers. Needs to get a few Templar in with that army. He has the archives now, which is good. and possibly looking to expand to this side of the map. There's a cannon there. I don't know if one cannon is enough to deter those vultures. And of course, Goten has heard that cannon attacking something and knows he needs to come back here and deal with this a little bit. And in the meanwhile, Madino expanding very aggressively to both sides of the map. We've seen that he likes to do that, and that is tricky to play against this Protoss, especially when the Terran does a good job mining up. It's really, you have to make decisions about where am I splitting my army, and that can be tough calls to make correctly. Particularly when Terran has a strong enough army to outright contest your army. Okay, so nice vulture movement here. And now Goten just coming in here, clearing out some mines. One Dragoon here, but that is going to die. He needs to send a few back if he wants to get this 5th base up. And here we go. What are we at? 1-0 upgrades. Medino should have his 2-1. Actually, he's got 2-2. Is he close to that 3 attack? He's working on it. What do the carriers have, though? That is actually an important question that we don't have an answer to. Finish building interceptors, damn it. Come on, carrier. Come on, let me see your damn upgrades. Don't build interceptor. Okay, we actually already got 2 attack on the carriers. So the armor is not going to be that helpful. The attack for the glass will be nice, but it's the armor that can be really nice because you can make those interceptors just not do much at all. But with 2 attack already, good parity, and probably he's getting his 3rd armor upgrade. I don't know where his core is right now. We can take a look at that in a bit, but now this is not a very good angle. I think Goten's gonna back out from doing this, or at least reposition his army, because this is an absolutely abysmal angle. He has picked off a lot of... Oh, God. It's just the Wraiths now. Speaking of the Wraiths, here come the Wraiths. He needs to scan for the Obs, though. Although apparently the Dragoons are not helping out very much, and pushing those Wraiths back. But look at this. There are so few Goliaths. He absolutely needs the Wraiths, which means they need to scan the Obs, and probably he should move the carriers more over to the middle of the map, more supported by his Dragoons. But what's interesting is there's no Ob scanning going on here. And at the same time, we have Vultures coming back and harassing these cannons, but there are Zealots here to help clear out some of these Vultures. Now, I think the Vultures are going to get the better of this, but Medino kind of sloppily losing most of his Wraiths, and now there's nothing left to defend his tanks. Now the Vultures have been pushed back, and now some Dragoons coming out, and there are Obs here to help with mine clearing. So this is going okay, but now the carriers are just absolutely free to decimate the tanks, and he is making more raids, but he's only got 2 Wraiths, and the tank count just being cleared out. The CC has actually been picked off at the same time, and Medino mining from over here, but just barely, not mining from anywhere else, and this is looking very bad right now for Medino. It looks like Goten is dismantling him at the moment, and more tanks is dying, and now Protoss moving in completely. Medino is being forced back to his natural. He's barely mining. His Vultures are getting damage done, though, at the 3rd base for Goten, but remember, Goten has the 4th base mining as well, and all the tanks have been cleaned up, except for a few here on the high ground. There might be just enough to hold off this attack here from Goten. Wraiths coming back out, but they're not able to scan and kill the Obs, so they're just paperweights here. Wraiths are not effective fighting carriers unless you're going to kill the Obs, which he's not able to do, and the carriers still just causing incredible trouble at the natural. I don't see how Medino is going to deal with this. The last few Dragoons going down, but now the carriers can go over here. They can kill this base. They can also just start harassing the natural. This base isn't even mining. He's reestablished a little bit over here. Goten could probably stand to have a few more probes, but there we go. That CC is going to go down. Desperation repair, but no chance. Way too much damage from those carriers. Do they have 3 attack? No, he's actually not working on his 3 attack. Could have a little bit stronger interceptors, but I don't think Goten is getting his 3 armor either. No, or I don't think Medino is getting his 3 armor either. And indeed, he is not. Now here's an SCV transfer to this base, a base which Goten has no idea about yet. Moving around the map with a few goons here, wanting to take a few more bases, has a huge bank. Is he reprobing? Honestly, not really. He's a bit low on probes. If there's one thing that's not going well for Goten, it would be that. Now Medino is, I don't know, more or less going a bit crazy. He should not be out on the map with a few Goliaths like this, and he only has 3 tanks. I mean, let's face it, guys, things look really bad for Medino right now. Goten has more or less outplayed him. Killing that third base was just such a key maneuver there. Never able to eco up. Now he's going to finish off the last of the mining over here, and perhaps Medino is going to make one last push, but I honestly think just well-controlled these carriers will probably just kill the Goliath anyway. So, oh, he's actually rebuilding the CC, and now he's occupying the army here. Oh, he doesn't know about this bait? Actually, no, he does. He does know about it, so he should walk up and kill that soon. And now we're going to have a little bit of carrier versus Goliath micro here, using the cliffs to make sure the carriers themselves can't get attacked. I'm going to pick off those Goliaths. He's going to kill that barracks to block off some of the vision. Oh, actually, wait, he's got obs in there. This time he gets the obs, but he also gets the wraiths just in time, unless there's an ob still hidden in there with this group of army. And yeah, now this base is cleaned up, so that's it for mining for Medino. Medino is not mining. Medino is broke. And I think it's safe to say this ought to be Goten's game at this point. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. The first blunder for Goten. He moves right underneath the Goliath, and he's going to lose most, or maybe all of his carriers here. Let's see, Medino moves forward. Is he going to get another carrier? No, but that was definitely a mistake there from Goten. Now he's only got... Actually, oh wow, he's still got a bunch in here. He's still got a lot of carriers. Never mind. I mean, it was a good catch for Medino, but Medino needs a hell of a lot more than that right now. He needs major blunders here from Goten, who is in an incredibly commanding position. He's still mining 3 bases, not the best saturation, but he's sitting on a bank. He's maxed. Goten has, or Medino has 100 supply. Actually, Medino's not mining. He's done. He is done. It is going to be Goten and Wing Zero moving into BSL round of 16. I think we're going to see one last gasp attack here from Goten, sieging up. And all that Medino, yeah, one last gasp attack from Medino. He is probably going to float out a CC, maybe from his main. Yeah, he's going to try to float CCs. There's actually another CC sitting in there. Let's see, is he going to add any zealots, or is he just going to... Well, he's got a whole bunch more units he can bring against this small force, but he's also starting this base up. And, of course, with every passing second, Goten just gets more and more far ahead. Did Medino... Probably never upgraded. No, doesn't have the money to do that. Trying to lay some advanced mines with these vultures to make this work a little better, but of course there's obs here. As long as he moves the obs forward fairly well, he can clear that out. And actually, I guess Goten is actually, or Medino's actually trying to play this defensively, which to me is crazy, because you can't get back in the game economically at this point. He's way too far behind for that. I feel like he just has to kill off Goten's mining, but it's an incredibly bad position for Medino. More or less a GG position. You know, I'm sure you could give this game to Flash, and he would lose it 90 or more times out of 100. And now, here we go. Goten is coming in, going to pick off the last of those tanks, and Dragoon's running in. I don't know where exactly the rest of his army are, his zealots are, but that is just a huge army, and all the Goliaths are busy fighting the carriers, and 4 tanks cannot possibly hold this off. Goten crushing through the remaining army of Medino, and that looks to be it. The CC is exposed. The last of Medino's mining is completely exposed. There are no more tanks anywhere on the map right now, and GG. Goten and Wing Zero into the round of 16 of BSL. We're going to call it Hasu Gosu League in a nice last game. So thanks to everybody for watching. It was fun. It was a genuine pleasure to cast this. I will probably be back for more games if it works out. And yeah, I'm excited. I think we have possibly 2 of the favorites for the tournament moving through in this group. Goten looking sharp, Wing Zero looking very sharp. And I will see you all next time. I believe the next set of games is on the coming up Tuesday, like 4 or 5 days from now. And if I recall correctly, it is going to be Kix that is casting for you guys for that series. So thanks for watching.